We hope to cover a few SDGs today and tomorrow, where we'll show who's furthest behind in the Philippines. My name is Selçuk Paşalı. I've been communicating with many of you. It's a great pleasure to be here in Manila. I'm a social affairs officer from the socioeconomic transformation section at the Social Development Division at the United Nations Economics and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, a very long mouthful. So our division's work, the central work of our division for LNOB focuses on building capacity for inclusive and effective policymaking. So maybe actually before going into a little bit of opening remarks, let's see a few session guidelines, just to remind ourselves that this is a hybrid meeting and we have colleagues who are joining us online today, tomorrow. Our in-person participants here, we encourage you to join Zoom also at the same time, because sometimes we might share links with you, and so it might be easier for you to click on those. So if you, I hope in the email you can see Zoom link, and feel free to join also yourselves to the meeting. So in our, we have a great opening session just to motivate ourselves for this very technical meeting. We'll start with, it will be me, unfortunately, but we have the chief of our section. Oh, maybe. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is better. Okay, so the chief of our section, Mr. Patrick Anderson, he's unable to deliver a speech as he's heading to the airport now. With traffic, he had to leave earlier. So I'll be delivering on his behalf. This will be followed by our colleague, by the PSA representative, the Assistant National Statistician, Ms. Wilma Guay, and then we'll hear from the head of the office of the Resident Coordinator's Office, United Nations, Philippines, Ms. Alexandra Simpson. So on behalf of Patrick, let me welcome you all and offer you a great top of the morning to all today in Manila, in the Philippines, for our technical art training in covering or identifying the furthest behind in SDGs in the Philippines. Our division's work at ESCAP on leaving no one behind is predicated on building capacity for effective and inclusive policymaking. As you know very well, the Agenda 2030 is calling for leaving no one behind, and we aim to strengthen the evidence base through analytical work and empirical work to identify the population groups who are left behind in access to basic opportunities and in some negative outcomes that you will see today. Not only the opportunities, but also what we call barriers. So our work covers currently about more than 15 SDG indicators, and we are able to track those who are furthest behind in the Philippines through different data sets, and we'll be gladly taking you through our exercise, and hopefully at the end of this training you'll be able to replicate this and deepen this analysis. We at ESCAP, we are following our work on LNOB. We also built an online platform where we offer all this interesting results on who's left behind, on which indicators over time, who are they, where are they, all these type of questions can be answered, or they can inspire further research for deeper country analysis. Now, at ESCAP, we are a regional arm of the United Nations. So the regional development arm of the United Nations. So we cover 58 countries. Our platform alone covers 29 countries, and we're expanding as more data becomes available. So you can imagine that we cannot go too deep into country analysis, and this is where you guys come in. And we're very, very happy to have a great group of trainees particularly from the Philippine Statistical Authority, but also other government entities where technical specialists and statisticians like yourselves can carry this work forward, and we look forward to collaborating with you in the future to cover more SDGs and more recent data from. Some of you may have joined our earlier activity. We had a virtual national training where we took participants through the platform and to expand a little bit on our LNOB methodology. Maybe I think most of you were not there, but I know that some attended that meeting. So today we'll start a little bit slow with a bit of theory and a little bit of how our platform looks like, just to bring ourselves to, or show ourselves what the end result looks like. And then we'll take you through the inner workings of our code and to show how we're getting those results that we'll show you on the LNOB platform. It'll be very empirical and applied training. So I see all computers up and running, charging, so that's great. We're in a great setup. This is our second technical training. We had our first 3 weeks ago in Mongolia, where we were working with the National Statistical Office of Mongolia, and we hope to do such trainings in other countries, also in other project countries like Fiji, Tonga, and Turkmenistan, India, and we hope to carry this work in many other Asia-Pacific countries. And so at the end of the training, we hope that we'll leave a powerful tool in your disposal, in your analysis. So before concluding, on behalf of Patrick, I'd like to thank our partners, particularly the Philippine Statistical Authority, in identifying the great group of participants on-site and virtual, and also the UN office in the Philippines, the Resident Coordinator's Office, who also circulated our event among the UN city. We hope to help them also in their work. So without further ado, I'll pass the floor to Ms. Vilma Arguello, the Assistant National Statistician, Social Sector Statistics Service. She has a recorded message for us, so I'll switch off and share her video. Thank you. But maybe a few words as of introduction for those who may not know Ms. Vilma Arguello. So she is the current head of the Social Sector Statistics Service, Sectoral Statistics Office of the Philippine Statistics Authority. As Assistant National Statistician, she directs and supervises the implementation of household surveys and use of administrative data and registers and monitoring of sustainable development goal indicators in the country. The household surveys in her charge cover social concerns like labor and employment, income and expenditure, demographic and health surveys, education, gender, youth and children, poverty, and emerging statistics on related fields, including the monitoring of the SDG indicators and the country's statistics for development. She is the current chairperson of the PSA Gender and Development Technical Working Group, which facilitates the implementation of the gender mainstreaming efforts of the organization, coordinates with various units in the organization to ensure meaningful participation in GAP, strategic and planning exercises, among others. In addition, she has an in-depth experience in the implementation of household surveys at the subnational level down to provincial and municipal levels. We are very lucky to be on board with ANSDN's team. We'll be touching on many of those indicators that she's supervising. So glad to have her team on board.
To the ESCAP representatives, the UN Resident Coordinator Office representative, participants from various government agencies and SUCs, colleagues from the Philippine Statistics Authority, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you for taking the time to be here in person and virtually. Allow me to extend our sincerest gratitude to ESCAP for organizing this two-day technical art training for Leaving No One Behind analysis or LNOB analysis in the Philippines. This training comes after the introduction to LNOB analysis conducted earlier this year. We appreciate development activities like this since these are vital inputs to update the way we monitor the achievement of SDGs in the country given the nearing 2030 deadline. According to the Asia and the Pacific SDG Progress Report 2022, Southeast Asia needs to accelerate progress or reverse current trends in goals 4, 6, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, and 17 to meet the 2030 targets. To address this, we need data to support the development of strategies for the remaining 8 years. As members of the government and the academe responsible for tracking the country's progress, we must ensure that we provide our policymakers with inclusive data for them to craft policies and interventions that are responsive to the need of everyone, including and especially the marginalized. We play a huge role in the turnout of the 2030 agenda, and I hope that everyone is up to the challenge of identifying those who are far left behind, to give them an equal opportunity with those who are already ahead. Through this training, I am confident that we will be able to provide the relevant information to achieve the goals set forth, and that all of you will learn valuable information to improve our current practices. I hope that whatever transpires today and tomorrow will be shared with your colleagues and eventually become part of our initiative to ensure that our data is leaving no one behind. Again, my warmest welcome to all of you and good morning.
Thank you very much for very excellent opening remarks to Assistant National Statistician, Ms. Lima Gueye. Now I'll turn the floor to Head of the Office of the Resident Coordinator in the Philippines, Ms. Alexandra Simpson. But Alexandra, just give me a sec. I'll try to switch so that everyone in the room can see you. Okay, and I'll try to pin you so that we see you bigger.
Oh dear, I'm not sure.
Okay, we're ready if you're ready, Alexandra.
Thank you so much. And good morning, especially to our colleagues from the Philippine Statistical Authority and the UN ESCAP, as well as all the participants here today and online, as I am as well. But we're very pleased to welcome you all to this technical art training for Leave No One Behind analysis in the Philippines. And we thank everyone, especially government and academia, who are participating in this two-day event. And also the Philippine Statistical Authority, we really appreciate the co-organization with our UN colleagues from Bangkok. As was just mentioned, the SDGs are struggling, or we are struggling with our targets to the SDGs. With only 8 years left to 2030, the UNSG has called for an urgent rescue effort, that we're at risk of not achieving the SDGs. The UN ESCAP SDG Progress Report for 2022 actually put it in simple and sobering terms. The region is not on track to achieve any of the SDGs. And at the current pace of progress, Asia Pacific will only achieve them in 2065. The Philippines, similar to other countries worldwide, progress on achieving SDGs has been significantly derailed by global challenges such as COVID-19, conflict, and climate change. And the PSA, in its latest report, noted that 13 targets, those which had previously been on track, had regressed in 2022. So we need to make up a lot of ground, and we need to make sure that we do not leave anyone behind in the process. The LNOB agenda is central and a transformative promise of the 2030 agenda, and it represents the unequivocal commitment of all member states to eradicate poverty in all its forms, end discrimination and exclusion, and reduce inequalities and vulnerabilities. Therefore, the LNOB agenda is a fundamental component of the UN's work in the Philippines, and it was therefore front and center of both the Partnership Framework for Sustainable Development, our overarching planning tool, which was written for 2019-2023 and co-signed by the UN and the Philippine government in 2018, but also the updated UN Socioeconomic and Peacebuilding Framework for COVID-19 recovery, which we developed in 2020 to address the already emerging challenges prevented by COVID-19. So we recognize in changing our planning frameworks that the vulnerabilities of people and communities do evolve over time, and they are influenced by the constantly changing context in which we all live. Climate change, natural disasters, man-made disasters, economic and political developments, conflicts, global crises and shocks. These all affect people differently, hence the importance of the ongoing analysis of those who are at risk of being left behind or already are being left behind. This versatile NOB platform developed by UN ESCAP, which you will be discussing and learning about, is a critical tool in this regard, and we're very glad that the Philippines has agreed to take part in this regional initiative, which began with national consultations in 2021 and the introductory training, as you already mentioned, conducted earlier this year. We hope that through this in-depth technical training event, you and your institutions can use innovative statistical methodologies to help Philippine policymakers and researchers identify the groups that are left furthest behind. And SG himself has very much highlighted the importance of data, identifying the groups, and using the analysis that we come out with to influence evidence-based national policies, strategies, and development plans. We at present are in the process of preparing our new cooperation framework for the Philippines, which will run from 2024 to 28. This cooperation framework will align with the priorities of the new government under the leadership of President Fernando Marcos Jr., and also will be following the soon to be released Philippine National Development Plan 2023-2028. The LNOB agenda will of course continue to feature strongly in our next cooperation framework. So our success and your success will hinge on having accurate information on who we need to reach out to, where they're located, so that we, the UN country team and our ESCAP colleagues, look forward to working closely with all of you to ensure we leave no one behind in our shared journey to 2023. Thank you and good luck with your two-day workshop.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for your kind words and your excellent opening remarks. We are committed to working with the RCO in the Philippines and with UNCT, whenever there's a need to do further analysis, there's new data, we're happy to support the excellent work that you guys are doing here, and just even going beyond the national level, going into the provinces of Philippines as the LNOB tool can do. So thank you very much for your time joining us this morning. Okay, colleagues, we can, I think, slowly start with our training. As I was mentioning, we'll go ahead with a little bit of background to start off. Oops, if I can manage to switch. Maybe I can hear. Okay. So yeah, so first we'll have our trainings. Oh, yes, thank you very much for the reminder. I'm a horrible multitasker. my wife can confirm. This. We'll have our, maybe while I'm doing this, our trainers can also come here and we introduce ourselves all here. Okay. So I introduced myself already, so I'll stop, and I see Sejal has the mic, and Arun, you can take this one.
Hi, I'm Sejal. Really happy and excited to be here to go through the LNOB code with you all today. I am from India, but grew up in America and love all things math and, fun. But, yeah, we just encourage you guys to ask as many questions as you need to, take it step by step. There's no rush in the material that we're going through. So at any point with the three of us, just feel free to raise your hand or ask for assistance. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Adam. I'm originally from South Korea, and I'm really excited to be here. And I'm really happy that a lot of you showed up for this in-person training today, as well as all the virtual participants. So I work with Sejal and Selsa at United Nations ESCAP, and I hope that the training is informative to you all. And by the end of this 2-day training, you will feel comfortable running the LNOB analysis in R. And every step of the way, we will be available. If you have any questions, just raise your hand, and then we'll be there to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arun and Sejal. We are also, I see that we have quite a bit of virtual participants. I know many of the on-site participants are there also, but in case there's some colleagues who would like to introduce themselves, let me again switch the screens. So that if anyone wants to stop share, and then I'll move this one here. But maybe before going to our virtual participants, we can have the participants here on site to introduce themselves.
Hi, good morning. My name is Gian from Philippine Statistics Authority under the Demographic and Health Statistics.
Hey, thank you. Good to see you. I am Lorenzo Bautista from Demographic and Statistics Division also. And thank you for inviting us.
Hi, good morning. I'm Mika Mayo from the Poverty and Human Development Statistics Division.
Hello, good morning. I'm Alana Lee Eslon from Poverty and Human Development Statistics Division.
Good morning as well. My name is John Valdez from the Department of Social Development. Thank you to ESCAP for extending the invitation to this.
Hello, good morning. I am Robby Linavidia. I am from the Income and Employment Statistics Division of the ESA.
Good morning. I'm Maynard Anthony Acosta. I'm also from Income and Employment Statistics Division of the PSA.
Good morning, I'm Nelson Strong. I'm with the Demographic Research and Development Foundation, which closely works with Population Institute of the University of the Philippines.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I am Sarah May Andivaster from the National Economic and Development Authority. I am from the Health, Nutrition, and Population Division of the Social Development. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Geneva Vergara, also from PSA under the Social Development Statistics Division.
Good morning. I am Chowdhury Sumanga from Department of Science and Technology, Food and Nutrition Research Institute. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Marvin Dos Santos, also from the USP Food and Nutrition Research Institute under the Nutrition Assessment and Monitoring Division. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm John Paul de los Santos from Poverty and Human Development Statistics Division of the Philippine Statistics Authority.
Good morning po. I'm Rala Custodio from Philippine Statistics Authority under the Poverty and Human Development Statistics Division.
Good morning. I'm Ana Jean Pascasio from Poverty and Human Development Statistics. Again, good morning. I'm Max Redone from the Poverty and Human Development Statistics Division, also from PSA. So good morning, everyone. I'm Eliza Pasis from the Labor Standards and Relations and Employment and Statistics Division of the PSA. Hello, good morning. I am Cecil Lastimado, also from PSA under Labor Standards and Relations and Employment and Statistics Division.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Justin Angelo Bantang, the Philippine Statistical Research and Training Institute Research Division.
Good morning. Magandang araw sa ating lahat. I'm Mari Baladi from the Philippine Statistics Authority, from the Division of Census Planning and Coordination Division, which handles the maintenance and development of sampling frame for the household-based surveys and agriculture-based surveys. And I'm thankful for extending the invitation to the division because we are providing the list of samples to the household-based surveys being undertaken by the different divisions.
I'm Nicky Bernilla from the PSA under the Office of the National Statistician. I'm working in the statistical methodology.
Hello, good morning. Eldridge Ferrer from the Department of Science and Technology, Food and Nutrition Research Institute under the Nutritional Assessment and Monitoring Division.
Good morning. I am Catherine Eve Aguer from Statistical Policies and Programs Division of the PSA. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sherilyn Valdez from the Statistical Standards Division of PSA. Thank you.
Okay. Hello. Okay, we got it. So we can now go back to the virtual participants and see if you could turn on your camera. Those who are not in the room but completely virtual, we'd love to hear from you if you'd like to introduce yourself. Yeah, I see Jeffrey, maybe? Mr. Jeffrey, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeffrey Balilla from the Planning and Development Office of the Bulacan State University.
Welcome, thank you. Ms. Matulis?
Hello, good morning. I'm Ma'am Magtulis, College of Science at Bulacan State University.
I see Rita Angela Rivera from NEDA.
Hello, good morning. I'm Angel Rivera from the National Economic and Development Authority for the Policy Coordination Division of the National Policy and Planning Staff.
Thank you very much, welcome. And then I see a UN colleague from UNHCR. Lisa?
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Lisa Custodio, Senior Program Assistant from UNHCR based in Manila. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Any other colleagues who would like to introduce themselves? Virtual. Maybe Zoom colleagues may not be hearing us right now. Let me see if we can at least say on the chat. Okay. Okay, while we're having someone come here and fix this, I think let's not lose time, which is precious. And I know everybody is excited to get into the materials. So we'll slowly start our training as we were mentioning the let's swap this one. Okay. Yes. Okay, I hope. Um, this is not. But I also. It's okay. It's okay. Just, yeah.
Share screen on Zoom, and then we can just.
No, it's okay. I mean, let's do this, but maybe tomorrow we do a bit separate. Like one person doesn't do it. Let's do that. Okay, so let's start our training as I was mentioning. So a little bit of program, right? We have. I'll stay close to the computer so that Zoom can hear me too. So we'll have a bit of background on what LNOB analysis stands for ESCAP, and we will follow this up with a theoretical refresher. As I was mentioning, some of you may have seen the materials, but before getting into the very technical stuff, we thought it's best to bring everyone up to speed with the LNOB methodology. And now that we have more technical people here, it's not going to take that much anyway. Following that theoretical refresher, we're going to start setting things up. So we'll be walking around. I hope everybody had time to download the materials, but we'll check up on you. We'll see if the folders are right, if you have the data, if you're willing to, go through the training line by line, or just want to sit back and watch, up to you. But we would encourage everyone to run the code line by line. We arranged it such that it's really accessible, with lots of comments in there. And we today we'll be focusing on clean fuel. So an indicator which I didn't hear from the crowd so far, from the backgrounds, but I hope it's still something relevant, and it's climate change. We heard it in the opening remarks, one of the contributors. So we'll start with clean fuel because it's a relatively easier indicator to create, to define on R, and then carry out the analysis. And we'll do it at national level first, and then we'll move to the regional level, and we'll show you our results and how we get to those results for clean fuel Philippines using DHS 2017. Tomorrow, we'll switch gears and we'll go to secondary education completion. So they will take us from SDG 7 to SDG 4 in the morning. Afterwards, we'll move to violence against women. I think any type of violence against women, and we'll show you how we get the results for that indicator. So that's SDG 5. And in the afternoon, we're going to move to two completely different data sets. One is NNS, National Nutrition Survey 2015. Thank you very much. Very pleased to meet with the FNRI colleagues here. So we'll show you stunting, overweight, and wasting results, which are currently not on our platform because DHS does not have that information in 2017 DHS. And then that will be a separate, like an additional, an application of how LNOB analysis can be used to using different data sets. Then we'll move to labor force survey. So I heard a lot of people from labor, employment. So we'll start with labor force participation rate. We'll see who's furthest behind in that, and then we'll move to other some other indicators, focusing on people who are employed, but trying to bring a little bit the quality of employment into picture, and try to approach decent employment indicator. No such indicator exists. Our colleagues at ILO strongly urges us not to use any indicator on decent employment because it's impossible to measure decent employment. There are, I think, over 80 indicators which proxies decent employment, and more than half of them, there's no data on them. So it's unfair in a way. But we still try to, come up with something that tells us a little bit about the quality of employment among working age population. So that's the plan for the 2 days. It may be shorter. It's how we go. It's maximum tomorrow 5 p.m. but we could end earlier. So we'll see. Today probably will be here until 5, but tomorrow might be short. So let's start with the what's our LNOB analysis slowly. So for us, the LNOB analysis is an empirical investigation of developmental outcomes and see who's left behind in SDGs and other outcomes. And it has two basic assumptions. First is that access to key services and opportunities should be universal. Everyone should have access to it. And related to this, individual circumstances should not impact access. Individual circumstances like your sex, your ethnicity, your language, your whichever they can come, individual or household circumstances that one finds himself or herself. The LNOB analysis is carried out by many organizations very differently. Oftentimes, it's a qualitative study with focus groups and interviews. We are standing more on the quantitative part, contributing and complementing to the qualitative work that's been going on. And our quantitative results can help step 1 and step 4 of the LNOB analysis. So first is we try to understand who's being left behind. And then we can do this over time and see if things are changing over time. And this we will show you for the Philippines also later on in, I think, day 2, will show you how things changed from 2012 to 2017 because DHS Philippines is available for those 2 years. So we do the LNOB analysis, as I was mentioning, for 16 indicators. And on your desk, there is this green booklet we call Pandemic Preparedness. It's not an SDG indicator. It's a composite indicator made up of some of the SDG indicators. And we try to assess how people were ready for the pandemic. And then we show who is left behind in that pandemic, thank you very much, in the Pandemic Preparedness Index. So we have such green booklets for other outcomes also. They're all on our website. I'd like to ask my colleagues in Bangkok to maybe share a few of the links to our knowledge products. But we have similar products on other thematic areas, yeah, like financial inclusion. It can be education and others. I think one on violence against women is coming up soon. And you also have the social outlook, which is our recent flagship publication, where we also feature some LNOB analysis. So you can see how it is applied in publications. So here you see just a bit of the, I think, 10 or 11 indicators in total from the SDGs, covering SDG 1 to 8 and then SDG 17. The rest of the SDGs, usually they don't have any indicators at household level or there's no data on them. And then we try to offer an intelligent data disaggregation, a little bit of machine learning. We'll get into this in the CART methodology. And we try to disaggregate the outcomes by a combination of circumstances. And these are, most of the time, it's the wealth of the household, residence, and education. For individual circumstances, we add age and sex and also minority status and disability in case such data is available. DHS is rarely collecting data on disability. I know LFS 2019 has disability component, but it's not yet public. When it's public or when it's possible to request, we can run all the labor supply indicators that we'll do tomorrow. We can do those with disability as a circumstance added and see if it makes a difference. So these are the circumstances that we are considering, as you will see during the training, based on different indicators, outcomes, we're using different combination of circumstances. And usually the furthest behind groups come from an intersection of these circumstances. It could be, you know, the usual suspect is you can think of like lower educated rural households with poorer, you know, from the lower bottom 40% of the wealth distribution. But there are surprises. There are some indicators where it's urban, for example, educated and urban households who are left behind. For example, in stunting, you will see that urban and richer households could have more in some of the child health indicators, or also for women's health indicators like family planning. In many countries, we are seeing such groups being left behind, and the rural women, for example, have more access. So our LNOB platform, the link is down at the bottom, and my colleagues can also share the link on the Zoom chat. If you haven't yet had a chance to have a look at it. So the platform highlights inequalities in SDGs at national and subnational levels. So for all the regions of Philippines, we do the analysis and we show the results. And the platform identifies groups that are furthest behind in SDGs based on their shared circumstances, as I was showing earlier. And in this way, it helps policymakers understand whom to prioritize for interventions to reduce inequality of opportunity. But still, this should not give us a justification to do more targeted things for basic rights. Everything should be universal, but still there are some groups which require a little bit more attention than others to reduce inequalities. And with overtime data, we can monitor gaps and inequality in SDG achievements, and we can support VNRs, which stand for Voluntary National Reviews. This year, Philippines is not there. This year, we are supporting about 9 countries who are doing their voluntary national reviews, who are featuring LNOB results in their voluntary national reviews. And in many cases, we can show that things have improved. Either the access to opportunities increased among furthest behind, or the size of the furthest behind decreased. Okay, so let's get to, with that background, I think we can go into our theoretical refresher. Before going any forward, are there any questions here or on the chat, which I'm unable to see currently? But if there's nothing, I'll continue. Okay, so our LNOB analysis is based on two empirical methodologies. The first one is the classification and regression trees, and the second one is the similarity index. We'll start in this first session, we'll start with CART, which makes up the majority of our analysis, and then Sejal will take you through the R file to prepare your DHS data for CART analysis. And then I'll take you through again for the key results. So once we complete CART, we'll then move to the similarity index. We'll cover the kind of the theoretical background of the dissimilarity index, and then show how we get those results for the Philippines. Okay. So the origins of CART go way back, and there are traces of the algorithm in various publications. But it was officially launched in or as an algorithm in 1977, so that's quite old by now, by three professors in statistics department of University of Berkeley and Stanford University. In 1984, we saw the first official CART algorithm in a software, which was a revolution at the time because these things were not being done through computers, and doing this by hand is quite intense. Even though it's quite simplistic, computationally it's quite complex and take a lot of time. Today it doesn't, like, we don't worry about these things, but back in the day they were worrying about it. Now CART today is one of the most used methods for data analysis. Along with upgrades to statistical software, the algorithm also expanded in capacity for adaptability and accuracy, making it a very useful method of analysis, sometimes competing with regression analysis. It's a non-linear, non-parametric method. Now, though it's just one word, CART is an umbrella of many different types of analysis that can be used. Today we'll be focusing on one that we pick for the LNOB analysis, but it's a very big family of methodologies, but we'll show you which particular one we're using for the SDG outcomes that are on our platform. So there's an intuitive way that we can see CART also. It's like a decision process. Sometimes they're called decision trees, regression trees. There are differences in these, but to start off, for example, here is a simple map giving you a glimpse of thought process behind a decision tree. So, for example, the question could be, should you take the LNOB methodology training? The answer is yes or no, and some of you will say yes, they'll take the training. The others will say no. Now, to these no group will ask, do you want to identify who are furthest behind? And they can say, well, yes, I want to identify. So they might decide to take the training or not. If they say no, we say, if you want to learn something new, maybe they'll say yes, and they'll come back. Or they'll say no, and then we'll say goodbye. But none of you said no so repetitively, and you're all here. But this is the way that these trees are working a little bit, expanding over the thought process. Now, classification and regression trees are made up of two major categories that you can see on the slide. Classification trees work with models that use categorical variables, while regression trees work with numerical variables. In our analysis, we use regression trees where we look at the percentage access of a country and a group within that country to an SDG indicator, to an opportunity or a barrier. To the right side, you can see a standard decision tree. Our analysis are run in R, and this is the output that you see when you run the analysis on R, but these are quite different than what we present on our platform. We invested a little bit of money and time into making these trees a little bit more user-friendly and easy to interpret. So as I was mentioning, CART is an umbrella term for various methodology for analyzing data. The structure of your data matters a lot in picking which which particular CART methodology you'll use. These different methods guide the intention behind decision trees. For instance, for predictive modeling, often random forest is used. In our case, we're sorting through data and using it to find statistically significant splits within the data. So for our trees, we focus on the following parameters. But this is just to show you that like there are different methodologies within CART that you can use. Zooming into our particular LNOB trees and its roots, you can think of the parameters that we are having as the roots of the tree. So the roots of the tree first include regression. We are doing regression trees as we have numerical values. We don't have categorical variables, but we have numerical variables. And we are looking at the average access to an opportunity at every node, which will become a little bit more clear in a bit. Second, our trees are binary, which means that at each branch splits are made into maximum 2. In categorical decision trees, it could be different. So in regression trees, we are doing the binary trees. So that's regression and binary trees. Third, we decide how our trees are being split by using the ANOVA methodology, which uses the sum of squares method for splitting the data to identify the highest variance. And lastly, we define and use a splitting criterion to check to see if a node can be split any further. These elements together create the roots of our LNOB tree. And you will see all these arguments in the R code as we are running the CART algorithm. So as I mentioned, it's ANOVA, so we're working with sum of squared errors, and our objective is try to look at our data and fit a model. And linear models often fail to capture nonlinearities in the structure of the data. So oftentimes, depending on your data, let me say it that way, the regression trees can help identify or have a better fit. But we are basically when CART algorithm is running in the background, it's looking into the sum of square errors and it's trying to minimize it. But there's a cost to it also. We don't want to overfit, and these things will become a little bit more clear. But it's better to establish from now for reference. Also, if you'd like to explore a little bit more, MIT Open Course has a very nice short YouTube course on this. If you'd like to get into more detail than what we have for LNOB trees for SDGs, in case you want to apply it for other things. So we have before showing you the trees and how to interpret them, we have a video, an animation to further help you understand. Hopefully we try to stay away from an SDG and show how it could fit our daily life. So let's give it a go.
Factors. Sorry, I heard the virtual colleagues are not hearing the video. I'll try to share it separately. This is video 1, right? Or 3? Ah, yeah. This is crazy. Yeah. So very sorry about this. We won't like screw it. I wrote on the chat. But so now this one is not working. Okay, so very sorry about that. Our colleagues will share the links to the videos. They're all on YouTube, and we have 4 videos. The first 2 are a little bit or more about the background, and then we go to specific of card and the index through animations, try to make it a little bit more fun. But yeah, no idea why we're having this continuous problem with the speakers. This cannot happen once again. Okay? We need to find it. So can you play? So I also play video through Zoom. I don't know if it is. But I try.
To identify the furthest behind in key development areas, the United Nations Economic To identify the furthest behind in key development areas, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific has developed a Leave No One Behind tool. This tool centers around the classification and regression trees, also known as CART. Let's start off with an intuitive example from daily life to explore how the CART methodology works. Meet Asha. She is a data scientist and loves swimming. She usually decides to go swimming, depending on some combination of weather and work factors. As a data scientist, she wants to identify the circumstances that make her more or less likely to swim. So, Asha begins monitoring her daily activities. Though brushing her teeth, for example, might have some correlation with feeling good and healthy, it most likely does not impact her decision to go swimming. Instead, she identifies factors such as air temperature, humidity, workload, and social commitments to be more relevant for her decision to swim. Asha also believes that weather and social commitments are the greatest contributing factors. But let's not assume, and instead use the CART algorithm to reconstruct her decision-making process. The CART algorithm produces decision trees which closely imitate how most people make decisions. So let us explore which circumstances are most likely to influence Asha's decision to go swimming. Asha collects data for these circumstances for 14 days. And after running the CART algorithm on her data, she finds that the most important factor is air temperature. This is therefore the first split in her decision tree, and comes before all other circumstances in explaining the variation in Asha's swimming pattern. When it's cold, she tends to avoid swimming. When it's warm, she is more likely to swim. Next is humidity. That's the second split. When it's hot and humid, Asha always wants to go swimming. Finally, workload is the next split. When it is cold and she has a high workload, she is least likely to go swimming. Interestingly, after our calculations, social commitment doesn't seem to impact Asha's decision to swim. Our decision trees help us map data in a way that categorizes and creates an intersection of circumstances to lead to a defined outcome. In Asha's case, the combination of warm weather and high humidity always leads to her swimming. And the combination of cold weather with a high workload makes her least likely to swim. Now that we can see the intuition behind the decision trees, let us look at an example of how the CART methodology works in practice. Let's choose the indicator, access to electricity. The CART algorithm uses a splitting criterion to determine which circumstance explains the greatest amount of variance between groups of people who either have or do not have access to electricity. We can see two possible splits for our indicator. The top splits on education. The bottom splits on residence. The residence split results in groups that are more homogeneous. In other words, a place of residence leads to greater differences between population groups than a different level of education. Therefore, residence would become the first split in our LNOB tree. CART analysis doesn't stop at the first split. It analyzes subsequent nodes to see if more variance can be explained from further splits. In the example above, the urban residence node is further split by education, while education isn't as important as residence in the overall sample. It emerges as an important circumstance where we zoom into urban areas. Here we see that it creates a significant gap in accessing electricity, whereas in our rural population, there is no further split of the data. Our LNOB tree did not grow beyond rural areas for one of two reasons. The first possibility is that our sample size is too small to meaningfully follow the statistical process to split further. The second possibility is that the CART algorithm found that the access rate of electricity in the less educated population in rural areas is not much different than the access rate amongst higher educated population in rural areas. In either case, our tree shows us that people living in rural areas are our furthest behind group with only 25% access to electricity. These are simple examples to explain the theory behind the CART analysis. The LNOB trees on our online tool are more informative and reveal further intersections of circumstances that create disadvantage or advantage for a variety of chosen indicators. The results are available for download in different formats on lnob.unescap.org.
Okay, I think everyone watched on their own. Very sorry once again for this. So let's continue our the theoretical refresher for the classification and regression trees. What you have seen with Arsha's swimming example, it's a little bit more abstract, but helps you how CART can be integrated into day-to-day life. And even in our daily lives, data can reveal patterns and results that are impartial and objective and conflict with what we normally assume to be true, and we can't often see the big picture anyways, right? For instance, Asha assumed that her social life impacted her decision to swim, but in fact, algorithm showed that the social commitments had nothing to do with this. So we find similar situations when we look at the various indicators in LNOB trees. There are some results are really surprising us. You will see that parameters, sorry, as we go into detail in our LNOB trees, you'll see that the parameters we set for splitting trees have a lot to do with how the results are calculated. And when we go through the LNOB, the CART algorithm will show you the sensitivity analysis of how the trees can change. If you recall, in the electricity example, which I believe is from the Philippines, by the way, and we'll look into that tree shortly, one of our nodes did not split any further. This is because of the splitting criterion that we set, and you have them up here, did not decide that we should not split anymore. There are three splitting criterions that are listed. The first one is that we do not split further than a depth of 6 levels. So here, the tree should not branch out more than 6 levels. And you see those dark lines, so you can follow those. They should not be going beyond 6. The second is an absolute criterion, and it has to do with the number of observations. And there are lots of statisticians here. None of your trainers are statisticians, by the way. So, you know, we are here to learn from you too. But here we have a very strict criterion that the minimum observations in the final node should not be less than 49 observations, or 9% of total sample. This is something that DHS also recommends, that when you're disaggregating by multiple variable circumstances, you should not go beyond 49, below 49 observations. The last is a relative criterion, and it's related to this again. The N nodes must have no less than 9% of weighted sample size. So this splitting criterion can change as we're doing different indicators or adding new circumstances. For example, if we're adding language, minority status, ethnicity, religion, sometimes it's impossible to identify those people, but at 9% of total sample, so we go down to 5%, allow the algorithm to work with even fewer number of observations, but it's I think never that we go beyond 49. So to find the furthest behind, we need to first focus on our question on specific development areas in the clouds. You can see 5 thematic areas that we cover in our platform: basic resources like electricity, water, child and family planning, education, and this we have for early childhood education, secondary and tertiary, violence against women, and finance, like bank accounts or digital finance access. So on Zoom, I see there's something going on, but is somebody sharing a video on Zoom? No, okay. It's good. All right. So you've been hearing about the word indicators and circumstances. Let's a little bit look into these, what they mean. Here's a list of all of the indicators that we look in the LNOB by 5 thematic areas. For example, let's see for drinking water, we're looking at who has access to basic drinking water and who doesn't. We follow the SDG indicator. I think it's SDG 6.1.1 in this one. And the LNOB 3 for basic drinking water will always calculate the average access to basic drinking water at national level first, and then it's going to start disaggregating and see who's furthest behind. It will also show who's furthest ahead. And then by looking at those two, you can see how the inequalities are just through the field. So as we were mentioning, each of these indicators connect to an SDG, and we'll be covering more in detail today clean fuel. So from the basic resources, we'll be looking at clean fuel. In the case of Philippines, I believe it's for cooking, clean fuel for cooking. In some countries, it has to do with heating and cooking together. Then our circumstances. We alluded to this a little bit earlier, but so let's look a little bit into the categories that make these circumstances. Also, these are the conditions that divide our survey population into groups. So we think of them as our independent variables. For each indicator, we define which circumstances may impact access, and then we run the algorithm to see what our data says. So for example, when we look at to access to electricity, we have 3 circumstances there: the wealth of the household, residence, the location of residence, and the education, the highest level of education in the household. These are the 3 circumstances that we use for that particular indicator. Different indicators use different mix of circumstances, and we often find that it's not a singular circumstance, but an intersection of multiple circumstances that are creating the furthest behind. Mixed surveys are asking questions about respondents' ethnicity, religion, and language. DHS less so. And if such variables are available, then we can add those circumstances into this like in the cultural one. And one important thing about again having statisticians, technical specialists here, it's nice to talk to you about this. We try to keep these circumstances as exogenous as possible. So we don't put there that are simultaneously determined with the outcome. So the things that are on the circumstance list, we would like them to have happened way before measuring the outcome. Access to electricity was measured in 2017, and we are trying to minimize the use of circumstances that can help identify groups furthest behind. So in a way, and I'll talk a bit about it at the end, we are not doing anything causal here. We are just doing efficient data disaggregation through a machine learning methodology. And we find that at times it's really outperforming linear models that we have used also in the past, or even non-linear models for that matter. It's just moving to non-parametric is helping a little bit with the fitness of the model. So what we use as our sources for, I was mentioning we have 29 countries and use 2 different data sources, MIX and DHS. For Philippines, it's DHS. 2012 and 2017 are available on our platform. These are all nationally representative household surveys. You've been working with them, so I don't think we need to spend too much time here. We like them because it's easily accessible, it's comparable over time and across space. And we're glad to know that DHS and MIX, they're following SDG indicators. Okay, so let's begin exploring our LNOB tree. This is what we're going to build today. This is access to electricity. This is Philippines, by the way. We'll do this for clean fuel. We'll show you how we are getting all these results in the next session. Or maybe let's just go through this LNOB tree and see what it says and how we can read it. So we can see that the first node is what we call the root node, symbolized by number 1, represents the average access rate across the entire sample. In this case, we're looking at electricity. So this node is calculating the average access rate of entire country, Philippines, in 2017 by DHS. We see that 93% of the population has access to electricity. That's our mother node, and that's where we are starting from. So next, we're moving into the splits. So at every node, the node is these dark gray shades. We call them nodes. At every node, our tree splits into 2, binary split. That's what we meant earlier. Our trees are binary. They're only splitting into 2. It will not split to 3 in any time by default. So each branch splits the sample of survey respondents, by a different circumstance. In this case, the first split was household wealth. And usually the first split means the most important variable to start with. So when we're trying to understand the variation in access to electricity, our algorithm considered all 3 circumstances: residence, wealth, and education. And based on the variance that these circumstances are explaining or minimizing some of the errors, the algorithm picked household wealth as the circumstance to start the split from. And we see that we see that the access rate on the left side is 100%. So that's the top 60% of households. Top 60%, we sometimes call them richer households, but that might be unfair sometimes. But this is just the wealth index of DHS, and we're looking at the bottom 2 quantiles, so bottom 40% and top 60%. So when we split access to electricity by wealth, it appears that 100% of top 60% households have access to electricity, while 82% of the bottom 40 has access to electricity. And here it's important also to note that in these trees, as you're following the tree, the branches, they're changing, their size is changing. That's representing the population size that's in that branch. So here, for example, it's this is like 60%, 40% by construction, right? But then later on, as you're going to different areas, like this one, we'll get, well, I'm going ahead of myself. So it's just remember that the branches represent the size of the group that's there. And when you go to our platform and you play with this, everywhere there are these tooltips that can explain what it is also. So the I think we can move to the next node. So every line, yeah, as I was mentioning, that's highlighted in dark gray is a node. It represents a certain group. Here you're seeing bottom 40% of household wealth, which has an access rate of 82%. At every node, we calculate the average access rate of that particular group. And you can see also on the website as you hover around the size of that group. So our light blue nodes are our furthest ahead nodes. We call them furthest ahead. They have 100%, so nobody is left behind. And they're coming from the top 60% of the wealth distribution. So the light gray nodes at the very right of our tree, we call them terminal nodes. Our tree continues to split until no variance is seen or our defined criterion is not met. I'll spend a little bit more time on this later. As you remember, our splitting criterion, there were 3. We are not going beyond 6, a depth of 6 levels, minimum of 49 observations, or 9% of the weight sample. In this case, terminal node 5, for example, is showing that the access rate to electricity is 93% for people in the bottom 40% of household wealth distribution and with higher education, whereas people in the bottom 40% of household wealth distribution and secondary education have an access rate of 86%. Note that residence is not showing up, right? Residence did not show up yet. In this tree, it was not found as a circumstance that minimizes sum of square errors. So our furthest behind group is always in orange. you'll see this on our platform also. So here are the bottom 40% wealth node split further by education, and we see that most variation between higher secondary together and lower education separately. Again, it's only splitting by 2, right? It's not splitting by 3. So it grouped secondary and higher education together first, because there was so much variation in explaining that those two separation. And then later on, the secondary and tertiary were also quite different from one another. So it continued the split. So this is a different way of, we'll show you through a different characterization of how classification and aggregation trees work through a feature space diagram. So here we'll keep it simple by only considering 2 circumstances, because for 3 circumstances we would need 3D animation, and we don't have that today. So here on the x-axis we have on the y-axis we have the wealth of the household, the wealth index, and then we have education variable, the 3 categories of education on the x-axis. And in this diagram, all of the gray dots that you see, they are our survey population. So each dot represents 1 household. And we're looking at, again, the case of access to electricity. We're in the Philippines, 2017, DHS, same example, just different characterization. So now those grays, let's light them up. So the blue dots are considered, yes, our home has access to electricity, and the orange dots are the ones that are no, our home does not have electricity. Here we are following the the SDG definitions and how DHS is linking their variables to the SDGs. So when we run our card algorithm in this data, so well, if you were to try to fit a line here, you could, let's not get to that. This is not a fitting line, it's a feature space diagram. I wanted to share another example, but maybe I can share the links to the MIT course, which shows really quite well the comparison of the linear regression model and the linear the regression trees. So here, let's first look at how the tree is, how the feature space diagram is going through the tree side by side. Yeah. So when we run our card algorithm, it finds that the biggest variation in having access and not having access is when we split the data by wealth. So the top part has no orange dots, right? All the orange dots are at the bottom. And when we split this, we see that 82% of the bottom households have access to electricity, whereas all top 60 have access. They're all blue. Next, the algorithm is looking only into bottom 40 because there are no more splits to be made up in top 60, right? So it needs to now split the data by the level of education. It's looking at all those 3 categories, and it needs to figure out how it's going to split it. It can do different groupings. So it can, because it's a binary tree, it can do lower and secondary together, tertiary separate. It can do lower and lower one and then secondary and tertiary grouped, or it can do it can look at them all separately, but it would still pick 2. So it's looking at all the possibilities, and then it's finding that the lower as one group with an average access rate of 67%, and secondary and tertiary education as a second group with an average access rate of 88% has the widest variance. It fits the best with the minimum errors compared to other alternatives. Next, the algorithm checked to see if secondary and higher populations show enough variance to split further, and indeed they did. There was some difference in this 88%, right? And it's found that for the secondary education, it's 86%, and for tertiary, it's 93%. So these are not parametric ways of like t-tests, and we don't, these splits are not coming from there. They're just coming from minimizing the sum of squared errors. There's no 5% significance level or 95% confidence interval. These are all non-parametric, and we're minimizing the sum of square errors. So here,
we can basically see two of the outputs in the same way, but we hope that the LNOB trees are a little bit more insightful. Yeah, furthest behind 7% and the furthest ahead 100%. And this is, yeah, just a reminder of the entire tree. So what, so a bit of the advantages and the disadvantages of the LNOB trees. So LNOB trees can identify who are the furthest behind based on their shared circumstances. They reveal which circumstances are associated with the biggest gap in access to basic opportunities, and it's helping policymakers, right, to understand who to prioritize. So it's feeding into inclusive and effective policymaking. But there are also some things that LNOB trees cannot do, and there are instances where we wouldn't use the LNOB trees. First, there is nothing causal in what we do. This is step one of the LNOB analysis, if you remember from one of the slides. So we're just looking who's furthest behind by a set of circumstances for which data was available. We are not looking into establishing a causal relationship between circumstances and the indicator. So it's more of a descriptive analysis, but the advantage is that it's an efficient data disaggregation, let's say, because we wouldn't know how to split if we didn't run CART, right? Another thing to keep in mind is the prediction. So this won't do any prediction, the one that we have, but the CART umbrella has some methods in it that can help with prediction, but always depends on the structure of your data. For predictive modeling, you would always compare different methods and see which one is fitting better than the other. Given your data, it might be the case that some of CART methodology is worth exploring, but in our case, in the platform at least, we're not doing anything predictive. But in the social outlook booklets that you have, the blue ones, what we did is we tried to see how policies could change furthest behind access certain opportunities. So for Philippines, I don't think we have an indicator for the Philippines, but we did this for 5 countries and maybe 4 or 5 indicators, and we try to see what happens if we give social protection scheme to households with children. If we give them 4% of GDP per capita, Arun, would you know on top of your head what's the amount, 4% GDP per capita, Philippines, PHP? Arun, she was here yesterday with the social protection simulator, another tool of ours.
That is 4% of GDP per capita.
Yeah.
Okay. I actually do not recall off the top of my head,
okay,
but I'm going to check right now.
We can share also the link to our other simulator, which shows what happens based on household income expenditure survey of the Philippines. We have this on our platform. What happens to poverty, inequality, consumption when you have a child benefit, when you have a disability benefit, when you have an old age benefit. And we can show, what happens to if you give, let's say, universal social protection schemes that are adequate, what happens to, so it's a simulation exercise.
So 4% of GDP per capita in Philippines peso is about
600 pesos. Okay, so that was 2017 also, I think, from that's what we have on our data. So we don't have the exercise for Philippines in the social, but imagine what we did is we know who's, let's say, electricity, right? The furthest behind was 67%, if I remember correctly. So we could do, like, when you try to get to predictive things, you could do things like, what if I give 600 pesos to all households with children in my data, and then see if their access to electricity is increasing or not, because they're going to be on a higher level of welfare. So that's one way of kind of seeing how policies can help leave or not leave so many people furthest behind. We did this for a few countries, and in indicators where
income or wealth is very important. Giving some money to households is increasing the access to certain SDG indicators. But there are some indicators where giving money is not doing anything, like the case of Mongolia, where clean fuel, the issue is a urban-rural issue. Such a big country, dispersed rural areas or those nomadic lifestyle households, no matter how much money you give them through social protection, there is no grid, so they will not have access to clean fuel for heating their homes, right? So it has to be the case that the welfare, the like income or the wealth is kind of like giving some sort of like explains the variance in inequality in certain data. But it's an example, and the Philippines has the data from like it's pretty straightforward to do these with household income expenditure surveys, where we have I think household expenditure per capita is a much better proxy than the welfare index that's calculated on by DHS based on assets of the household, while the household income expenditure is much richer. Yeah. And so the last thing to keep in mind here is that the LNOB trees, they cannot be straightforwardly compared over time. They can be if the indicators are the same and the same way of splitting happened, or maybe that doesn't have to be the same way of splitting. But sometimes the questions are asked to different subpopulations. We've experienced this with some indicators. In one year, they asked it to only women 15 to 24. In the other year, they asked it to 15 to 49. So now we cannot compare over time what happened to that. I think it was mobile phones, an improvement in mobile phones because the population group also changed. So it's not a fair comparison. But as long as the reference groups are similar, it's possible to see what happened to furthest behind, what happened to their access rate, what happened to their size in all these different indicators. And then we can also see how different they are from the national average, how different they are from the furthest ahead group. And we're also seeing who's furthest ahead. And just a reminder that we can do this for Philippines at national level, or we can do it for all the regions. And in the R training, which will start right away, or we'll have a coffee break soon also. But they will show you, we'll start always with the national analysis, and then even here we can ask you, which region do you want to see, and then we can plug in the values for that region and run the cart analysis for that. All those files are there for you to keep. We added some quizzes in there, just to make it a little bit more interactive and a bit harder, but all the correct files will be sent to you later. So I think with this, we are ready for Sejal to start a little bit on the R back, preparing the setup before we break for the coffee break. And when we return from coffee break, we can start immediately until lunch, do something, and afternoon will be the fast pace running through clean field. If you like, I can move here and you can. Why are you coming? Okay.
Hey, hi everyone. So we're about to get into the code, and I don't know about you guys, but stretching really helps me and moving around really helps me. Right before I'm about to do extended hours of typing on the laptop. So we have a little bit of a break for you guys. Our Zoom participants, you might just want to use your room. You can go to the left and right side of the room. So before we start getting our computers ready for the R code, can I have everyone to stand up? And just be mindful of your wires. Okay, it's really simple, don't worry. I'm not going to make you do any jumping jacks.
I'm sharing, I don't think you're sharing.
Oh.
Yeah, but I will move. I will.
Okay, so it's just a really simple would you rather. And if you choose the choice on the orange side, go to that side. If you choose the choice on the other side, you go to that side. So just whichever one you feel speaks to you, go to that side. So yeah, you can do the first one. Right. Would you rather eat pizza or noodles? Pizza on that side, noodles on that side. Oh, the other way around and looking at my screen. I like you were going. Pizza on this side, noodles on that side. Are you sure you didn't choose pizza just because you're sitting on this side? All right. Pizza? This side then. Okay. All right. Okay. First one was just a trial. Next one we have to actually move in the room. If it's hard to find a spot, you can also use the back or just stand in the aisle. Next one. All right. So would you rather be on time and look like a mess or late but look fabulous? Wow. I've got to say, you guys were all very punctual today, so this definitely makes sense. All right, next one. Would you rather, oh, I know the answer to this one. Would you rather sit at the front or hide in the back? It was clear by the front few tables being empty. All right. Next one. And sorry, this one gets a little bit more involved with our analysis. What is worse, a small part of the population being far behind, or a large part of the population being somewhat behind? And there's no right answer. But basically what we're trying to say is, would you rather that a small part of a population have a lower access rate, or a large part of a population have? There's no right answer here. Think about this. In the middle, undecided. Middle is an option. Yeah. But there's no right answer to this question, right? Because it can be different depending on which indicator you're looking at. So I wouldn't worry too much about this. And if anyone feels like doing a nice big stretch before we go back to coding, stretching that little finger. Our virtual participants, whatever makes you feel good. By a show of hands, how many people have actually had a chance to download the materials, like download our studio, download our, yeah? So if you have, just read.
Wow.
Yeah, great. Okay, and how many people have the R files on their computer? This would be the Philippines training folder that was downloaded from Dropbox. Yeah, okay. If you don't have those, no worries, we can come around and give them. How many people have DHS data? Okay. All right, so we're gonna have to work on DHS data. NNS? No? LFS? You have NNS. LFS. Great. Okay. So you can make your way back to your station. What we're going to do before our break, because we have a break at 11:15, let's get our computers set up for the programming. So we'll just go around and give the files. Yeah. And while we're doing that, I just wanted to. So
you want to share your screen, right?
yeah, so just put the. Okay, so while we're getting this set up, we just want to let you know, how many people here have experience with R? Okay. So we might be learning from you today. But the way we built this code, so the way the code works for our platform and the way we built the code for the training, if you're experienced in R, you might find it to be very inefficient. And we've done it because we would like the code to be specifically for this training, which means there will be a lot of repetition. And it's just so that we ensure nobody's left behind, so we can really keep everyone at the same pace of the code. For our platform, the code is set up much more efficiently because, as you know, we have 29 countries, 16 plus indicators. So that code is quite different. Today, the next 2 days, we're going to be doing just a few of the indicators. And this is mainly to get you guys to understand the structure of the code. So we've chosen a household indicator. We've chosen a barrier because we have two different kinds of indicators, opportunities and barriers. And we've chosen a violence against women indicator as well. So just to give you a snapshot of how these indicators and circumstances are composed, what we'd like, what our goal is after these 2 days is you can use that structure and adapt it and create entirely new indicators. So any step along the way, if an indicator you would like to work on comes to mind, please keep it an open dialogue so we can discuss these things as they work structure. So we've left some parts of the R code blank, and this is just, it's going to be simple kind of quiz questions, which you can fill out in the code. If at any point your code's not running, just reach out to one of us, and we will help you get it so that it's fun. Like Sasha mentioned, we don't have to run the code, but we highly recommend that you do. At the end of the training, you will receive the full files, which will work automatically. And just be gentle with us because none of us are statisticians, neither of us three or coders. So we're just training you on this software and on this methodology. So yes, be kind to us, which I can tell you this. Okay, so let's go ahead and just get our computer set up first. Let's go to the, sorry. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, so maybe what we can do is make sure everyone has off. So in order for our studio to work, you also need R. So just make sure you downloaded both.
I think some participants on site are already accessed through Zoom. If you could also open the Zoom link, although you are here in person, we are going to share a few links from the trainings through the Zoom chat. So if you could open the Zoom link and then stay connected, and I will share the link where you can download the DHS app. Thank you.
And is anyone having trouble opening our studio? Okay. Okay, so it seems like everyone is good with in our studio. Arun will send the links for downloading. So let's get into just a little bit more theory of what we're about to do. And it's just, this is all linked to the structure of the code. So on our platform, we have two different kinds of indicators. We have opportunities, which are basically indicators where we would like more people to have access. So we would essentially want 100% of the population to have access to these things. This is things like basic drinking water, electricity, bank account, family planning, education. Our second set of indicators is barriers. These are things we would like our prevalence rate, we call it prevalence rate when we're looking at barriers, to be 0. So ideally, we don't want anyone to experience these circumstances. These are our child and family health indicators, which thanks to NNS, we were very happy to be able to do those indicators, because unfortunately DHS does not answer them, doesn't have to include those questions in their report, and violence against women. So in our LNOB platform, we have two different kinds, well, we have many different kinds of analysis, but the two that you'll find on the platform is a standard analysis and an expanded analysis. Right now, I'm just going to go into the standard analysis. So these are the circumstances that we consider when we're doing a standard analysis. For any given indicator, we choose the circumstances that are relevant to that indicator. For the CART model, you don't want to add too many circumstances in, because that will change the sensitivity of the analysis. So if you say, hey, I just want to put in all 7 circumstances, the results might not be as stable or as telling as using the ones that we actually know would contribute to differences. So the way our circumstances work is that, you have certain flexibility, like with age groups. For certain indicators, we'll use the 15 to 24, 25 to 34, and 35 to 49 division. In other indicators, we change the age groups. And the way the algorithm works is it will use any combination of any of these circumstance groups. So for instance, for education, it can use lower, secondary, or higher. It can also group lower and secondary together and higher on its own, or lower on its own and secondary and higher together. So you saw that in the electricity example as well, where we had secondary and higher, and then later it split further. For sex, we have male and female. We also have boy and girl for our children's indicators. And for children, for our women's health indicators, we have 2 different ways that we look at this variable. One is the number of children in the household under 5, and the other is the number of children that have been born to the mother. So this could also include infants that pass away, the number of births that the mother has. These are the 4 indicators that we will be focusing on. 3 from, actually there's 5, but 3 from DHS. Stunting will be from NNS. But this is how we define all the SDG indicators. So on our platform, I'll show you in a minute how we can actually see the details of each indicator and which SDG it's actually referring to. Okay, so clean fuel. This is just to show you the results of clean fuel. Okay, so we've seen this tree before. Clean fuel, we see that nationally in the Philippines, we have a 51% access rate to clean fuel. Our furthest ahead group is composed of the top 60 wealth households in urban areas, and they have an 88% access rate to electricity. Here in blue, we have our furthest ahead. Our furthest behind is composed of the bottom 40 wealth households that have secondary or lower education. Actually, sorry, just lower education because our tree split even further. And they only have an access rate of 6% to clean fuels. I think another thing to note is, we tend to focus on furthest ahead and furthest behind, but there's a lot of nodes in between that can also give more information on our indicators. So when you are exploring the platform, take the time to read the whole tree, because you might find interesting things in between because here, let's say, well, plus tertiary education, the access rate is still only 19% to clean fuels. And every tree, depending on the indicator, changes. So all of this information, and this will also be a kind of check for ourselves during the training, can be found on our website, lnob.unscap.org. Let me show you guys the website so you can also learn how to navigate it. Okay, so this is our platform. It sometimes takes a little while to load, which seems to be the case. But you can click through. Usually there's a search bar here. We can also click on analysis and it should take us to the search bar. I'm not sure why. Is anyone else's loading? Is it just my computer? The website loading? It's loading? On the right internet. Okay, something's. There we go. So you'll see all the same indicators here. There we go. Our barriers and opportunities all mixed together. If you select Philippines, you'll find all the indicators that we have available for the Philippines. For Philippines, we have both 2013 and 2017. Should automatically change. And let's just take a look at the you guys might get the results before me. Okay, so maybe there's a lot of downloads happening. So you know what? Let me just tell you the structure of, and we can go back to the platform that we'll go through during our code. So DHS has many different recodes. So the data comes to us in different files. I'm sure a lot of you are already familiar with this. We have the household recode, the household members recode, which is the PR, the IR, which is the individual women's recode, etc. I don't need to read off all this. But basically, our indicators sometimes use a combination of these recodes. So depending on what we're looking at, we have to use our cluster ID to match up the data between the different recodes. Today, we're going to look at clean fuel first, as we just saw in the tree. We will do our national standard LNOB analysis. Then we'll also look at clean fuel regionally. So we'll split Philippines up by the regions that are available in the DHS data set and look at how the access rates and the trees change regionally as well. We don't have this on our platform, but for this training specifically, we brought in the language variable because DHS actually had language for the Philippines. So we will be able to show you how to use an additional circumstance, which is great because for a lot of DHS countries, this isn't possible. Um, our next indicator will be secondary education. We'll go into that tomorrow. And our barrier indicators will be covering two. One is any type of violence against women, which basically combines all the separate violence against women barriers that we have on the platform. So it includes sexual violence, physical violence, psychological violence. So if you wanted to look at any one of these individually, we would use the same structure and just include the focused barrier that you want to look at. We'll also look at NNS 2015, stunting, overweight, and wasting. Yes. And I believe NNS 2018 will come out soon, so it would be a similar, looking at Eldridge, but but when that data set is available, you will be able to apply the same structure of code to the updated data set. We'll also be looking at labor force participation, and I believe many other indicators as well, using the LFS data set. Okay, so our clean fuel indicator is a very simple one for the main reason that all of our data comes from the household recode. So we're not pulling from different recodes, we're just using one data set and producing the cart tree, running the cart algorithm, this one data set. Okay, so how is everyone doing with the data download, our file download? Still downloading? Okay. I think we have 15 minutes till break, right? Is it 11:15?
Yeah, 11:15. If internet is so slow, like I have everything here, hopefully there's no wirelessness. But I can also give the data through here. If anyone is like, we don't want to leave anyone behind. We hope anyone who's willing to run the code line by line, so rigorously, happy to share the files through here. Is anyone done with downloading? Okay. Let's pause a little bit so that everyone is done with their. Maybe it might be difficult to follow while they're focusing.
When you are done downloading the data files, please make sure that they are saved in the right path. So they should be saved in the same folder, in the original folder that you downloaded. They should be the DHS data should be saved under, let's see, yes, under Philippines Technical Art Training, and then reading there, you go to Philippines 2017, and then you go to DAT, and you should save all the data files within that folder.
For some people are might be loading packages. So it's good to just open our studio. It'll automatically do it, the packages that you need. If you just open it up and run the two first blocks, you'll see if you need anything extra. But normally just when you open our studio, it's going to install all the packages that you need for the training. And virtual participants as well, if there's anything that you're stuck with, you can message on the chat and we can help you get set up as well. So you'll see a little, you'll see a little like yellow message on the top, I think on PCs, which says you do not have the packages, and just press install on our studio to put those on. I think Mac would be a little bit different, but you look like your PC did today.
For the participants who already have our studio installed, I'm going to show you one small trick that will be easier for you to follow. So I'm going to share what I'm doing here. So if you go to the Philippines 2017 folder, I'm just going to open the very first file, Clean Fuel National. And when you open it, it's going to open our studio. And it's going to, for most of you, it's going to look like this. Source here. It's going to look like this. So when we are going through the training, we are going to be actually using, instead of source, if you look at the tab, there are two options, source and visual. Click on the visual. And give your computer a few moments.
Also, if the line numbers aren't showing, can you show how that?
So some of you might see the line numbers already. If you do not, because we will be referencing these line numbers, so it will be easy if you already if you have those available as well. So are you already in source? Okay. And if you do not see these line numbers, what you can do is go to tools on the menu. From the menu, go to tools. And then go to global options on the bottom. Click the global options. And then this options pop-up window will appear. And then we are going to go to our markdown. Okay, and then we go to visual. It's the third option. So there is basic, advanced, visual, and citations. We go to visual. And then under display, you will see the third option is show line numbers in code blocks. So if that box is unchecked, you can check that box and then you click OK. And then you will see the line numbers appearing in the visual window. Yeah, if you see a warning message, what does it say? Yes, it will say you need to restart. You can restart. It's okay. Yes, click yes. Great. If you have any issue doing this, just raise your hand and then I will go help you.
So everything is going great in the room here. Do our virtual participants need any help in following up? Did you manage to download the data, the folder, set it up? Do you need any help? Let us know from the chat if you like, or even open your mic. Let us know. We're here to help you. DHS data is you're sharing. Don't tell this to too many people, though. I'm not sure if you're allowed to share. But I know NNS we can share the reduced form, and we checked with PSA today if LFS is okay to share the reduced form, smaller data just for training purposes, and then we can share those two tomorrow the same way. For today, let's only focus on Kunifil. I understand we'll be staying in the room for the coffee tea break, which will be in the back. The snacks are coming. I think tea is ready. Coffee might also be there. But if you're finished, when the snacks come, feel free to access them. For our virtual participants, we'll be breaking for 15 minutes, and 11:30 we start with running the first part of Team Field.
I saw this from window in Opina. So it's window, inline, section only, okay. That's the directory. Okay.
So we're in advanced and visual.
Top view.
So,
Visual 1, 2.
okay, so maybe it's just this.
Which one?
Visual. So we just need to match it run up to this.
I connect the visual mode button source.
Yeah, that's what I tried to do. That
Yeah, but this window, was it window with everyone?
Yeah. Yeah, but I changed it. So here I changed this, but then I changed it to this to see if it would show more. I think it would be at this as well. So document all by default.
Yeah, it's maybe
Oh, good. Okay. Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah. All right. So I hope everyone enjoyed their snack and a little bit of a break. Let's so we're all open in our studio, right? So before let me share this screen. Okay, so everyone should have their clean fuel national up here. This should be cleared. Sorry, it's probably done from before. And you should have your documents here, which is your training folder, and all the files that will be in it that we'll refer to. If for some reason you can't find this visual button, can you try to press this round tool in settings and click on use visual editor? So does everyone see the same kind of visual that's on my screen? Because basically what this does is it sets up the notebook in a way that we can refer to it section by section. And it also has line numbers by section. So if you go to source, then the code is going to be just numbered till from 1 to the last line, whereas in our visual setup, we have it section by section. Yeah, okay, great, perfect. Okay. So before we get started on this, I'm going to take you guys through a little bit of an R code crash course. And these are just simple little things that to teach you about how R works and the syntax. So our so in R basically we have different ways of defining variables, and the main way that you can define a variable is by using this syntax of the arrow, and it's basically saying that let's assign x the value of 1. So quite simple. Then these variables can change. So as the code is running, you can keep changing x, you can keep changing a, whichever variable it is, you keep rewriting it and redefining it or making calculations to it. So we have variables, we also have vectors, and for us our main use is data frames, where we actually take data and create a data frame just using the variables that we want to consider. So let's say this is just a simple weight is assigned as 63.5. When we print weight, it's just going to show us the value of weight. So I'm just going to run this line, and you'll see once I run that line, weight, my variable weight is 63.5. When I print my weight, it's going to tell me the weight here in my console. We don't really need to spend too much time on this because I do want to get to the LNOB code, but just to show you that we can also do a string, a vector. So that's a singular variable. This is a vector where we have a string of text in a line. So this is our vector. So we've just created languages, which include Swift, Java, and R. And now if we want to print the first element of our vector, it will show the first element. Similarly, if you want to print the third, it'll show the third. So our console kind of shows us the results. This is where all of our variables, vectors, data frames get created and stored. So if you ever want to refer to something, you go back here. And this is a loop. So in some cases, when you have a vector, let's say you want to look at 5 different variables, we loop through these variables using a for loop. And our for loops will get a little more complex because we'll put calculations in the loop, but this is basically saying for every variable in the vector, languages do X, Y, and Z that you're listening to. If else, we're not using too much here, but actually good. But if this is similar to any if else statement, so if this is true, then do this, else do this. And you can use else in iterations, so we can keep building on our if statements using that. So here we can say a little silly example for those of you that like social media. Let's say our medium is LinkedIn. Our number of views is 14. So here our if statement basically says, it's just printed. So it's just showing us our LinkedIn information. So if our medium is LinkedIn, then it's going to show LinkedIn. If our medium is Facebook, then it's going to show Facebook. So I change that to Facebook, and I have to reassign this. Then I'm going to get that showing Facebook information. and we always have to rerun. So when you define things and you always have to redefine things, you always have to rerun. So now here, we do another if statement. If your number of views is greater than 15, you're very popular. If your number of views are less than 15 or greater than 10, then your number of views is average. And if it's lower, sorry, but try to be more visible. So I'm average. So, and if I change this to, let's say 20, then I have to reassign this variable. And all of a sudden I am popular. So just to show that how we change our values and inputs changes the rest of the code. So we always have to redefine our variables, our vectors, our data frames, and rerun our code. So in today's case, we have split up each indicator by a separate R file. So it will follow this logic. If you are coding on your own, you can just use one file and change the inputs as you go. Now we have our data frames. So here, this is actually building a data frame. So what happens here is that we are building a data frame 1, which has 3 columns, and each of the columns have these inputs. So when you click on this, you'll actually see the data frame. Our data frames are much larger, but we use a similar concept where we take the DHS data and we pull the columns that we're looking at into our data. Okay. In the way the structure is, the first input is your rows and the second input is your columns. So at any given point, if you want to see a certain column, you can, it's going to be a little complicated to talk into. I'm gonna have to do one-handed typing. Okay. So let's print. In our console, we can just take a look and print our data frame. Sorry, my typing is going to be excruciatingly slow. And we can choose any one of these variables, and then you can actually see all of them. Dollar means column sign. So this is where, this is the column that we want to pull. Okay. I don't think we need to go through any of this. This is, we'll see all of this in our, so here, so this is what I meant. So this is going to return your third row of a new data frame. The first input is row, and when you leave the second input, it's going to show you all columns. So row number 3 and all columns. This is if I want to see column number 2 and, sorry, row number 2 and column number 3. So defined inputs for both row and column. And again, if you leave, let's say, this blank, then it's going to return column number 3 and all the rows. Okay, so let's get to clean fuel. I'm going to clean my environment. So anytime that you're working in R, it's good to clean up your environment when you have an error or if you want to start something new. So let's all get to, I think most of us have run the first 2 chunks, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, let's get to installing our necessary packages. So first, you can just run the first block. I think some people were getting error messages. If you're getting a specific error message, like for instance, if our part isn't running, so you can run the next chunk as well, sourcing the packages, then go to that line and run just that line. So if I had an error for our part, I would go to that line and do command return just on that line of code. Some messages are just messages, and even though they're in red, that doesn't mean there's an error. It's just telling you something about that package. It could be that the version that your computer has doesn't support certain packages, but basically every time you run R, you have to specify which packages you want to use when you're sitting down. And then the rest of your code uses those packages. So we use functions and equations from those packages to run our analysis. So our part is our part algorithm. So now the first thing we're going to do is define our indicator and our circumstances. So the first one we're looking at is clean fuel, and our circumstances are poor household, residents, and highest education. So these we'll go into detail on each of the circumstances and how they're composed, but for your reference, the variable names, we've created a Excel file which actually has all the variable names from our LNOB platform in it. If you want to look at any other indicators or any other circumstances, then you would have to go to the DHS report or to the data files to find the right variable names. But for our case, these are the required variable names, and you can see clean fuels variable number is HB226. The sample weight that we use is HB005, and the rest are listed there. So in case you're wondering where these documents are, it's in so in your, I don't have our, okay, so in your Philippines training folder, you will see a reference file, reference documents folder. It's inside that folder, and it's called Philippines DHS 2017 bar names. And when you open that file up, you'll find a bunch of different. This is going to be very helpful. I'll be tilted. Okay, I think work. Sorry, Zoom participants, for all the I'll put my video on so you can see. So we have our variable names, Philippines DHS 2017 variable names. It's in your training folder, the reference documents. So the first tab will have our indicators. It tells you which recode the indicator comes from, which data set, the indicator type, because for most of our indicators are response variables, but some of our indicators take more than one variable, so we call them our auxiliary response variable, or sometimes our factors. Data type, and this is just really information, it's not really required. We normalize all of our code, which we'll see soon, and the variable name. So back to our RStudio. We have our required variable names. So these are all of the codes that we need to run the card algorithm for clean fuel. DHS names its recodes very with different code names. So we have our country code, which is PH, the version code, which is 70 for 2017. I don't remember what it is for 2013, but it'll be a number which will then compose the file names. And the last is the country ISO. So this is PHL. So what we do is we paste these things together. And this way, if you import your Philippines 2017, or if a new data set comes out for 2021 or 2022, you can actually just update it accordingly and use the same file. So let's go ahead and run this. So when you run that, you're going to notice that all of a sudden in your values, you have your circumstances, country code, ISO indicator, required variables, the vector, and your survey conversion code. Yeah, is everyone there? Great. All right. And can anyone tell me, is circumstance a variable or a vector? Vector, yes, a vector. So it's a vector. It's a string of our circumstances that we're. Okay, so let's get to the next step 2, generating our variables. So all of our variables for this indicator comes from HR, from the household code. And that's setting. So our data set is HR. DHS data folder. So in the folder that you have, it's DAT. That's where you put all your DHS data. It's just telling the R code to take the DAT folder. Our R folder. So this is where I hope this code can help you, because importing DHS data can be a little bit complicated. So we've created a full data R file. You'll notice there's a folder in the training folder called full data R file. You really don't need to understand the contents of that file, but as long as you call to that file, it will import the DHS data. So the whole purpose of that code is to import the DHS data. Next, so again, our file name is a composition of all those things that we defined earlier, and our data path. So if you go ahead and run this, you're going to find again that all of our values have increased. So we have 4 variables. So you should start with circumstance and end with version code. Everyone good? Where is? Great. And whenever we say print, it also shows up. This is the thing with our notebook. So it'll show up at the bottom of this chunk. It'll show you what's actually been assigned and what we have done in that book.
Sorry, Seja. Just to remind everyone that when you go to the DHS website, it allows you to download data in different formats. You're using this DAT format, and that's because we were working with 29 countries, and our caller statistician preferred to work with that format. But when you go to DHS, you can, I think, download it in data format, in SPSS format, or in the DAT format. So the code that you have here is with the DAT, this bringing DHS, importing DHS data. But tomorrow we'll show you how to import Stata data through NNS and LMS. Yeah, just a quick parenthesis.
Yeah, thank you for that. Because also we use DMT and the DDF. So you'll notice that both are in there. But yeah, exactly. And that's what makes it more, that's why we need that whole our data file. Okay, so now let's read the DHS data. So what we're actually going to do is use that full DHS data file and refer to that and just filter out the required variable names. So let's do it step by step. So go to source and do command enter just on that one line. So you're going to notice that we have a whole extra string of functions. So these are all the functions that are going to call and import in the DHS data. And now if you go to line 7 and run that line, you're going to notice that we have a data frame. So that's our first data frame that we created. And it only includes the 5 variables that we need from for the tool. So once you change those variable names, depending on which indicator you're looking at, it will automatically only input the data for those entities.
Can you show us how this looks?
Sorry. So if you click on it, you can open it, you can see, of course, the variable names are still a bit more abstract, but this is the raw data. HB 106 is education, so you can see it has a lot of inputs. Okay, so everyone has their data frame, 5 variables, 27,496 observations. Okay, great. So our all of DHS mix, they use sample weights, which I think most of you must be familiar with. If you're not and you have any questions, just ask. But first, we have to apply our sample weights, and we need to actually check that the sample weights exist. So what we're doing here is we're first seeing if a sample weight column exists in the data. So SWK, anytime you see the letter K, it's basically called what we're referring to as a key, which is the column number. So here we're trying to match SWV, which is, if you go to our values, this is our, okay, SWV is our sample weight variable. Oh, it must be here. So we haven't run that line yet, so it hasn't shown up. So if you run this line of code, our SWV is our sample weight variable, which is HB005. So this, we're going to first find which column number SWV exists in. So if you run this line of code, you'll see that SWK is in the first position. So if you go to your data frame, you'll confirm that that's correct because it's the first column. Now, what we're basically doing here is we're first checking, so it's an if statement, we're checking that the column actually exists. So if it doesn't exist, if it equals 0, and all the NAs are equal to the number of rows, which means that every single entry is empty, then we assign a sample weight, we assign the sample weight a value of 1. So what we're doing here with this dollar sample weight sign is we're actually creating a new column. So in the case that there is no sample weight column, or every single entry in the sample weight column is empty, we're assigning sample weight as 1. If it's not, then we're just pulling what is there in the column already, dividing it by 1,000,000, and pasting it to that new column as a numeric value. So if you remember on our reference sheet, we had integer, number, all different kinds of classifications for the variables. When we change it to numeric, first to character, then to numeric, it's basically negating, it's neutralizing, let's say, all the inputs to our data. So we can refer to it and link to it easier when we build up our data. So let's go ahead and run this if statement. And you'll see that our data frame actually changed to now 6 variables. So if you open that back up, we now have our sample weight column. And the main difference between the first column, which is our variable, and our sample weight is that we divided by 1,000,000. This is in the rare case that there is no entry in the sample weight column, like which for it's blank, then we're going to assign the sample weight of 0, which means we're actually not going to consider this input. This doesn't happen often, but it's possible, so it's more precautionary. We can go ahead and run that line as well. Okay, so now when we're pulling the data from DHS, we are creating a data frame. When we want to run the CART algorithm, we create a copy of the data frame that's called data use. So what we're going to do right now is we're actually going to create our CART data frame. So the first thing that we'll look at is our clean fuel variable. So the codes for Philippines DHS that consider a household as yes having access to clean fuels is having electricity, to LPG, natural gas, or biogas. No clean fuel codes are kerosene, coal, lignite, charcoal, wood, straw, shrub, grass, agricultural crop, etc. So these are the codes that we consider as yes, this household has clean fuels, and this is what we consider as no. We are sticking to the SDG definition. So this is an example of how we have structured the code to follow the SDG definition, but for your personal use or not personal, but professional use, individual use, you may want to change the composition of this part. Or you might want to add something to this as considered yes, clean fuels. So first, what we do. Yeah, okay, and just to pause here, there's two places that you can actually find this information. One is in so the details on which SDG indicator is in our platform, which I actually didn't get to take you guys to. So let's take a look there. So in our platform, which now should be loading okay. When we filter for clean fuel, Philippines 2017, you'll first find our national tree, and then in the information section, you will find what the SDG indicator is, at 1.2, which tree code it comes from, and how it's categorized, and also which circumstances that we're using in the platform. We've also put the survey report in your folder, which you can refer to. I know data users, there's different ways to look at the data as well. I am not as well versed in data, but you can also take a look at the actual survey report. Just opening up for you guys.
Maybe while it's loading, just parentheses also, we conduct our analysis, get our data, and then we import it in a different format to the platform so that those nice trees show up. So we're showing you kind of only, like today, you won't be seeing how we produce the nice trees with the size and all the branches. That happens inside our platform. You'll see how our studio and our part function, how it creates the graphs or the trees. But in the future, just keep in mind that when you're working with a new data set, you want to do a similar LNOB tree and you'd like to use our way of visualizing it, you can always reach back to us and we can help you with creating that tree. We pre-estimate everything, validate everything, and then publish online. So it's not a on-demand platform where things are being estimated in the background. Instead, we do all that in advance and then roll things to the platform.
Sorry, just 1 second. Log in. Okay, we'll get to the survey report later, but when we go through regional. So here now we are looking at our we're creating a function, which is basically telling us for these clean fuel, first we convert everything to numeric so that it's normalized, and then we say for these values we consider what we create as bar2 tab. So bar2 tab is our throughout this training you're going to hear bar2 tab, and this is where 0 is no access, 1 is yes access. So this is where we define if the household has access or doesn't have access. So in this function, what we're doing is we're creating the bar2 tab, and for by default, all the entries have no access, and only the entries that have 1, 2, 3, or 4, so any entries in fuel code, are assigned as 1. And we basically rewrite the data use, converting any households with or without clean fuels in bar2 tab. So you can go ahead and run this function. And when we do that, we still haven't actually created the bar2 tab. We're just defining our function right now. This is how it's going to work. So we don't have a new data frame. We just have a new function, which is clean fuel. Now we're going to go ahead and input and run our clean fuel function. So first, our variable name for clean fuel is HV226, which again, you can look at the reference file or you can just scroll up in the code and it's there as well. So go ahead and run variable name. Our K is the column number for that variable name. If you want to take a look at what that is, it's column number 3. We can do a quick double check. It's true, HV226 is there. And now we're going to create data use. So data use is created using the clean fuel function. So go ahead and run line 22. And now we should have 2 data frames, one data use and one DF. But data use has 7 variables, which includes our bar2 tab. So if you go ahead and open this, our bar2 tab shows at the end. If you have any trouble, just let us know. So object cleanup found, so maybe try to go back and see if you ran line number 19. Or you can also just run that whole chunk of code. Because sometimes if we don't run each line, then we miss. Okay, great. So right now we're doing line by line. By the next file, we're just going to be doing block by block, and it's just for you guys to see. But sometimes if you don't run the line before, then the rest won't work. This last line in this section, we're basically rewriting it to not include any nulls in the sample weight. So we're taking out any null values. We're not true. We are rewriting data use to only include values that are not null. So this exclamation mark here means not, so not NA. And we're rewriting the data frame to only include values that are not NA. So you can go ahead and run, if you want to, look at the number of observations, 27496, and run that line of code, and nothing was subtracted. So that means all of the sample weight values were there. Okay, so now we're going to start building on our data frame. So our data use data frame, we have all of our circumstance variables, but we need to interpret them for our model. So we're going to now one by one create each of our circumstances. So the first one we're going to build is poorer household. So for poorer household, we are going to define it as 0 means no, not a poorer household, and 1 means yes, poorer household. And just a reminder that we use the wealth brackets, so it's top 60 and bottom 40. So bottom 40 would be for a poorer household, and top 60 would be not poorer household. So we go ahead and define the variable name. We're using the same structure as above, so it's the same var name. So if you look in your console here right now, var name is HB226. When you run this line, we are overwriting that to make it HB270. So now we are looking at the wealth index. What is the column number for that? You can go ahead and run that line as well. It changes to 4. So column number 4, which is our HB270. Okay, so the way Dean just gives us our data is that 0, 1, or 2 are considered poorer households. It's basically in the quintiles. So 3, 4, and 5 are top 60, 1, 2 are bottom 40. And yeah, and 0, I forget what 0 is. I think it's like no answer. I don't quite remember. But we can do a quick table to find out what's happening. So go ahead and run this function. So again, it's just going to create the function. Now, if we want to just see what's happening in that variable, you can go down to the console and type in or just copy paste this table df HV270. This is just going to give us a summary of what is there in the data. So we have how many 1s, how many 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. So nobody actually answered 0. I believe it's one of the answer choices, but it's not in our data set. So here we have our bottom 40 and our top 60. 1, 2 is our bottom 40, 3, 4, 5 is top 60. So once you've created the function, now we're going to run that function using our data use as our input, which is our Clark algorithm data frame, and K, which is the power key. So go ahead and run the poorer household function. And you'll see that we now have 8 variables. So if you open up data use, we have our sample weight, our var2 tab, and our poorer household circumstance. Yeah, is everyone there with 8 variables? If there's a problem, just, yeah, you can even say it out and we can help. So if you missed any line of code, just run the whole chunk. So just go ahead and run this button here. So these 2 buttons actually, this means run the current chunk. This will run everything before. So if for some reason you're getting an error, you want to restart, you can clean up your environment, run everything before, and then come back to this code. Or just run this one block. They have just one line they have been missed. Okay, so now we are going to create our residence circumstance. So our function for residence is going to create a new column called residence. So these titles are also linked to our code. So later when we run the CART algorithm, our input is actually residence, poorer house, etc. It's the names that we're giving them. And in this case, our column is default rural for all inputs. And when it equals 1, we redefine it as urban. Otherwise, it's all rural. And we also set values for this code, which will help us later with the CART algorithm. And this levels equals C urban rural. It just is defining the values for urban and rural ordered, so 1 and 2. So go ahead and run this function. And now we're defining our variable for this function. It's HV025. we're matching the column key, and we're running the function. So once you run line 31, you're going to find that we have 9 variables now. So we have our bar2 tab, our poor household, and our residents. If you just want to see what the division of urban and rural is, we can do a table, data use, $, and residents. So once you do that, you're going to see our urban and rural split. Everyone good? That's okay. So if your numbers are different than what's here, then let's run this next part, and then I'm going to ask you to clear your environment and rerun and see if that changes it. So now let's import our education variable. So for as a circumstance, we look at the highest education in the household, and DHS is nice and simple. So we use lower, secondary, and higher. 1 is lower, 2 is secondary, 3 is higher. So we're going to create a new column called highest education. By default, everything is lower, but if someone inputs a value of 2, we're going to change it to secondary. If someone inputs a value of 3, we change it to higher. And we order it. So lower is 1, secondary is 2, higher is 3. So we go ahead and run this function. And now our education variable is HB106 as a circumstance. As an indicator, you'll see tomorrow that it's a different variable that we use. So go ahead and run this variable, assign the variable name, assign the column number, the key, and then we run the function. So now we have 10 variables. Yeah. 10 variables. To open this up, we have an extra column of highest education. If, again, you want to take a look at what's happening with education, we can do a table, data use, and highest education. And we'll have our division of lower, secondary, higher. Yeah, I'm gonna take that. Good. Yeah. So it looks like everyone's at the same step. Okay. So this red thing that happens on top, it just means the file hasn't been saved. So you can, if it bothers you, you can just Control-S and make it go away. And also, as you're working, it is red and you want to save your work, it's good to manually save it. Okay. So now for the next section, conducting descriptive analysis, What we're going to do here is calculate different access rates. So we're going to look at, I think we look at the national level, then we'll look at wealth, we'll look at residents, but hopefully by the end of it, you're going to be so fed up and appreciate the card algorithm. Because to manually calculate the access rate for each one of these groups would take a very long time, right? Because we're looking at how many different circumstances. We have 3 circumstances, two for residents, 2 for wealth, 3 for education. So that's 2 times 2 times 3 different groups that we would have to calculate the access rate. So the card algorithm actually does all of this for us. But just for exploration, and in case this is helpful for other areas of work, we're going to actually go in and create and calculate the access rates. So so the first little block that you have, you can actually calculate these access rates 2 different ways. So you can make it very manual, where you would define average access rate, and it's the sum of our bar 2 tab. Remember, this is our 0 and 1, yes access, no access, multiplied by the sample weight and divided by the sum of our sample weight. So this is a very manual way of calculating it. So go ahead and do command return, and we will print our access rate, just 50.5%. You remember the tree, it was 51%, we round up. Or this very simple and efficient and convenient function called weighted mean, where you input, your first input is the R2 tab, and the second input is your sample mean. So if you run this line of code, you will get the same exact result. Right? So did everyone get 50.1%? Yeah? Okay, or sorry, 51%. Okay, so we'll go to the tree to check this, because this is the national average rate, which you can see on our platform. But let's just run one more circumstance average. Let's calculate the access rate for one circumstance before we go back to the platform. So here now, if we want to take a look at our top 60 wealth households, what we're going to do is only consider when our poorer household equals to 0. So remember, poorer household equaling 1 means yes, poorer household. Poorer household equaling 0 means not poorer household. So richer household. So in this case, so our data, our bar 2 tab is only going to have the inputs where the rows for poorer households are equal to 0. So remember, the first input is rows, second is column. So we're going to consider only inputs that have poorer household equal to 0. And we're going to use the column bar 2 tab. Our sample weight is going to be the same. All rows for poorer households that are equal to 0. Okay, and we use our sample weight column. So go ahead and run this. And you'll see that the access rate for richer households is 78. Okay, so let's take a quick look at our platform. So if you go back to our LNOB platform, or you can also just be on Zoom. You'll see here that we have our national average access rate of 51%. You'll also see the size of the group, which might look familiar, or number of observations in our data frame, 27,496. And our top 60 wealth, so our algorithm, when it ran, it actually did find that wealth was the most significant circumstance. And the average access rate is 78%. you'll see that the size of the group is 16,403, whereas the size of the bottom 40 wealth group is 11,000. So the branch size actually changes. So for some of the circumstances and combinations, you can refer to our platform if it's the ones that come in the tree, just to make sure that the results are correct. Okay, back to our. All right, so now we've calculated our top 60 households access rate. We're going to go even further, and of those top 60 households, we're now going to look at urban and rural. So first, let's look at places that have residents as urban. So we use the same weighted mean, where poor household equals 0, and then we use the and key to say poor households equals 0, but also residents equals urban. For our VAR2 tab again and our sample rate. So go ahead and run this. And you'll see that the access rate is 88% for top 60 households in urban areas. Right, now let's look at rural households. So again, same composition. Poor household equals 0. Residents equals rural. For our VAR2 tab and our sample weight, go ahead and run this. And we have a 65% access rate. So in rural areas, even in our top 60 households, we have a lower access rate of 65%. Everyone good? Same numbers? Yeah. Okay, so 0.70. Okay, so 0.78 is correct. So maybe, so if you have your wealth, but your urban rural. So we probably have to go back to the function where we created the urban rural circumstance and make sure that so go into data use and is your residence column there? Does it have data in it? Yeah. And if you do table data use residence, what shows up? Okay. So maybe we need to clear the environment and then rerun it. Anyone else getting different numbers for urban and rural? Okay, so let's move forward. Let's try to now. We're going to look at the bottom 40 households now. So, and this time, instead of just doing a weighted mean, I created a bottom 40 access rate variable, and I'm assigning that value to this variable. You might want to do this in case you're using different variables and you want to keep referring to those values later. So you have two options. If you use the function as it is, it'll just print the value. you assign it a variable, then that variable stays in R's memory and we can use it in the future. So let's go ahead and run this line. And you're going to see that we have the bottom 40 access rate as 0.09, so 9.5%, 10%. And this is showing up on the side. If you want to see it here, we can do that print command, print bottom 40 access rate, if you want to see it in the console. But it's not necessary, it's right here, so that's a little bit redundant. You can also type it in the bottom if you want to keep your code clean and you just want what's important there, you can print it there as well. All right, so now let's get into education. So this time we're going to split bottom 40 into our different education brackets. So again, we filter where poor household is equal to 1 because yes, it's a poor household. And data use, our highest education is lower. So this is our R2 tab and our sample weight. So when you run this, you'll see that we have a 5.45% access rate in this group. This is poor households with lower education. I think we can, the platform might have this. Yeah, platform has this as well in R3, and it's 6% for lower educated poor households. And for those of you where this is easy, why don't you try to change one of the variables and recalculate? Don't be scared of the quote. So if you're breezing through this, just change one of the inputs. It doesn't matter what's there, just change secondary to higher, or you know, poor household equals 1 to 0. Whatever you feel like changing in this line of code. It's the same line of code over and over. That's it. By the end, you're going to be fed up. So here, let's say for secondary education, we are looking at yes, poor households and highest education equals secondary. So if I run this line, we have 7.85% of households with secondary education are have access to clean fuels. So you can change this. This can become higher, and you can run the same line. Oh, ooh, what happened? Okay, X and W must have the same. Oh, right. So I didn't change it here. So if we run that, then our higher educated poorer households have an 18.6% access rate. You can keep changing this. We can even check our richer households. So change this to 0 with higher education. You see that the access rate is 82%. Anyone have another combination they want to try or have tried? So our original was for households. Okay. Anyone? Anyone? No, not yet. Okay, by the next file, you guys will be creating your own. Okay. So now we're going to start running CART. Okay, so you can see if we go in and try to calculate the access rates for every single group, it can be quite tedious. Our part, which is the part function in R, does this all for us. So how do we construct CART? So first we come up with our formula string, and this is basically the list of the circumstances that we're going to consider. So it's our bar2 tab, which is yes access, no access, our circumstances, and we combine it with a plus sign and separate the bar2 tab with circumstances with a tilde. So the title string is just what you're going to see on your tree. So this is just what prints out, and you want both of them to match. Because at some point you might change the circumstances. We will change the circumstances. So you just want to make sure your labels match with what the algorithm is actually producing. So so go ahead and run formula string. So line 3, let's run line 6. And now we're going to define the different components that Selsha took you through earlier in the theory. We're going to define each one of these components in the R part function. So the first thing that we input is our complexity parameter. And this is what we call CP. And it's essentially the minimum improvement in the model that we require at each node. It's based on like the cost complexity of the model, and it's basically a stopping parameter. So we say if the CP is less than a certain amount, then don't continue with this split. So don't consider it in the algorithm. So it helps just create kind of I think the value goes from 0 to 1, right? And 1 creates, so the higher the value that you input, the less chances that you're going to actually have a tree cover. So for in our case, when we choose CP chosen 1, we're dividing it by the number of rows that we have in our data. So it's actually a very small CP value by the time we process it. Is there anything you want to add to the CP?
Yeah, here maybe, by the way, I was thinking we'll go into part after lunch, but we still have time. We have time, so I think it's okay to go ahead and do what we can cover after that. But if you, for this is probably one of the most important parameters, arguments in the R part to consider. And people have run even simulations on this, like how do you decide what should be your complexity parameter? And there are different methods that's being used for different data sets, different parts. Could it be regression tree? It could be decision tree. And then maybe here we're all looking into a 0-1 variable, access or no access. You can do this regression tree for continuous variables. It's endless. But so it's the complexity parameter. You can think of it also something like when you run the regression tree, you could often end up with a very big tree that's overfitting the data that you have. So much so that you cannot even interpret it. Like you end up with a giant tree, a 1,000-year-old tree with so many branches and leaves. So then it's kind of like defeating the purpose, because what we're doing here is simplifying data. We're reducing data into bits and pieces that's interpretable. So we need to have a cost to splitting. We need to stop the splitting at one point so that it doesn't end up like a very big tree. And in our case, for this LNOB trees and parameters, what we, as Sajal was saying, CP parameter ranges between 0 and 1. The bigger it is, the smaller the tree. Because when CP is too big, the cost of splitting is so high that you want your model to improve the R squared significantly. Not significantly, it's a wrong way of saying, but you want the R squared to improve, to increase substantially. If CP is a high number. If CP is a low number, then you don't mind that R square is improving by little bit, and then the tree is splitting the data because it's finding any small variation and it's still accepting it and it's splitting the data. But there we need to be a little bit more like, I think, restrictive or stopping parameter, that's why it's called, to say that, yes, we have to, the rule of thumb for this is that smaller the number, the bigger the tree. The bigger the number, again, the number is always between 0 and 1. So what we do in this, I think, in this exercise is we divide
one by the number of rows in our data, but the number of observations in our data, which was 27,000, right? So its CP parameter is a very, very small number. So it's, but we do this card for at national level, at regional level. So I think the original decisions go back to using kind of like making it inversely related to the size of the data that you're playing with. And not to make it such a big number so that we don't end up with a uninformative tree. But maybe, I think it's better that we don't, because we won't be able to finish this, and I can take them through our part of the afternoon, and then you go to regional later on. Here, we could pause a little bit. We have 15 minutes. We could have questions, answers from virtual from here. One question came up during just this training. Our colleague was mentioning that how is this clean fuel defined? Who agreed to it? Why is it that those 1, 2, 3, 4s are in clean fuel and the others are not? So I was looking a little bit into the background of the clean fuel indicator, which is SDG 7.1.2, and it's the custodian organization is WHO. Now that already gives us an idea of clean fuel and WHO. So their angle, this is not WHO deciding, right? This is member states together deciding. But from the data perspective, I think WHO was considering for wood, for example. Why is wood not? It's renewable. It doesn't have that much carbon footprint. Why would wood be not clean? Their position is that it could be negative. There could be negative health consequences to food, and it's not an efficient energy source. The wording of the SDG 7.1.2 also says affordable, modern. There are a few more adjectives in there. And originally, I hear they wanted to divide it by solid and non-solid, and they wanted to think that all solid are bad and all non-solid are good. But then it turns out there's kerosene, which is not good. So that they couldn't separate by solid and non-solid. And then it comes, these are all, I think, Statistics Commission and New York and all member states that agree. So at the end, wood is not included. So wood is grouped with charcoal and kerosene and all that. So that's where this is coming from. And as you know, WHO is working on this, like when we think about clean fuel from their perspective, they're really thinking about the ones who are exposed to the fumes that come out of wood when you're exposed when you're cooking. And there's a gender aspect here, right? So there's, I think, a women's health issue in many countries. I think this came up in our conversations in Cambodia. Again, clean fuel, cooking fuel with wood. There's the negative implications on women and the children who stay at home. If they're, for example, using wood or charcoal in cooking, then they're exposed, and then there's certain diseases and certain health conditions. So that's where it's coming from. But as Sejal was mentioning, like as you play with these indicators, you can change the definitions based on, like you can experiment with them. But I think in the SDG world, in the SDG tracking part, I don't know. So here, maybe if you have any questions, please. If not, and we have still a little bit of time, maybe we could show you all the top results from regional, like to see how certain provinces of the Philippines is doing with clean fuel. Okay, you have it there. Shall I give it to you, or you? Yeah. No, you go ahead. But maybe, are there any questions about the code, about the indicator, circumstances? Did anyone get the numbers that we were talking about? So if that worked, so up to this part was the most terrible part of the training. Like, it's tedious. From now on, it's going to go much easier, and we'll interpret things. We'll see more results. And once we learn this, we're not going to dig too much deeper into every bit of the code. Maybe just when we're defining a new indicator, because we'll move to new indicators.
Well, you've done an excellent job in not, losing sight and coming along with us. Any questions? Yeah, I bring you the mic.
I'm just thinking, is there a logic for using a function when you're creating a variable? Because in what I learned from other thinking is that you write function only when you want to reuse it. But here, then we are recoding a variable through a function which is not really readable. Or is there some advantages for that, using that kind of writing a function for just write a single column, or just administrate code, or maybe in the dates in the plier, something like
I think that's a really good question. So you could do it manually as well and just process the inputs, especially because we're doing indicator by indicator. The benefit of a function is that you can actually input, you can input many different data sets. So right now we're doing just Philippines 2017, but if you actually want to process Philippines 2017, the next data set that comes, the one before, you could use the same function to process on multiple data sets. So you don't have to actually manually write out the code again. So if we're just isolating this indicator and circumstance, then I would agree with you that it's better to just list it out and write, this is what's yes access, no access. But if you want to apply this code to other data sets as well, like let's say you don't want to use DHS, let's say you want to use, I'm not sure, I don't think LFS or NNS would have this, but maybe a different country, you can use the same function on a different data set as well. But I think the main benefit is if you have multiple data sets that you want to look at multiple years, that you could use the function.
Any other questions? This is also shows our, a little bit of us using it for 29 countries, so it makes sense to have a function of one country, 1 year. It could be an overkill. No questions. Virtual. Any sign for virtual colleagues on the chat? Then we can maybe go to the regions a little bit. Show how.
So yeah, so we have our national analysis, which you already saw, which has our LNOB 3. And if you scroll down, you'll see that we have our subnational analysis. And for Philippines, we have quite a few regions. And these are all of the divisions that DHS gives us. So if you select any one of these regions, you'll actually see that the tree changes quite significantly depending on the region that you're looking at. So just an example here, I don't know how to pronounce this, apologies, Bicol. So the average access rate in Bicol is 26%, where our furthest ahead is 65%, and our furthest behind is 2%. So there's quite a bit of a gap, but it also, the composition of the group changes quite a bit as you scroll through different regions. So for instance, here we have a 4% access rate in our furthest behind, but there's no further split other than well in this region. Even though the proportion of our sample, the proportion of our sample size and the size is okay, the algorithm could have potentially split further. It didn't, because wealth is the main reason for division of access for big fuels at this region. Can just do a quick scroll through, and you can just.
Would you also see how the tree collapses and integrates?
Okay, so this is fun. Our trees also, if you want to animate them or use them in presentations, can't really, use this otherwise, but You can collapse and show how the tree expands section by section. Also for your own understanding, right? That this is the first most significant split, which is well. And then we see that education. And finally, we have our notice to head group, which includes residents. Whereas in our furthest behind, we only have wealth and education. We don't have residents splitting that group any further. And you can see it's a pretty low access rate of just 1% in this group. Anyone have a region that they'd like to see? We do the national capital. So here we can see that overall the access rate is quite high in the national capital, 93%, but only education creates a divide. There's no other circumstances that are getting picked up as creating a divide. So, any other region you want to see?
And here maybe just the parentheses for the highest. So this is highest level of education in the household. It could be the parents, it could be whoever has the highest level of education in the household. And the important thing of this is it's not completion, it's attendance. But oftentimes in economic literature, in regression models, education is used to proxy. It could be used to proxy occupation, employment, right? So it could be representing much more than just the level of education in the household. So it's probably picking up other things. And that's also one other thing to consider when you're building your trees, not to add too many circumstances that are correlated with one another, because multicollinearity is definitely an issue that we want to avoid. And that's partly why we try to be quite, simple with the circumstances that we use in each tree. And we often start with the segregation that SDGs call for. SDGs often they ask for certain indicators by sex, residence, age. So we follow those circumstances, start from there, and then build SD.
Yeah. So you can take a look at any of these regions on here, and after the break, we'll actually show you how to run the trees, results, and by region as well. We will add language, which normally, if it was in our platform, this is our standard analysis, it would have including language here as well. Right now, it's not on our platform because it's a new results that we created just for this training. Next, we'll get into these graphs later, so I think we can stop here.
Maybe just to show India where how our REL analysis could does appear in case we
Yeah, so if we do add language in, then you'll see when you select the different analysis. So we have our standard analysis, it'll show up here. For India, we have religion and caste system, and that changes the trees quite a bit. So also because we lower the parameters so that the religion and caste system can be picked up. So you'll see that the trees change quite a bit. India might not be the best example.
Maybe Fiji. Fiji has the. I'm thinking of the most recent. I think Fiji is our latest edition from 2021. It's a mixed country. It's not EHS, but they have language. NNS had ethnicity, but it was a bit strange ethnicity variable. We can discuss a little bit tomorrow. There wasn't much variation there. We were trying to see if we can bring it up as an example. But in the future, in any data sets, if you have like these additional circumstances, it's quite easy to add that and then see what happens. Sometimes they don't show up.
Yeah, so here, I think this is a good reference. So here in Fiji 2021, we have including language, so you can see the standard tree. And then when we add that one circumstance, you can see that the composition changes. Yeah. And I'm sure for other indicators as well. And look at green fuel.
And there are two things happening here, right? It could be language appearing as a significant factor. It's making, like, contributing to reducing the sum of squared errors. Also, that we are lowering the 9% threshold to 5% threshold. So it's also contributing to the expansion of the thing.
Any questions till now? Everyone ready for lunch? I don't think it's pizza or noodles, though, sorry. Okay, well, thank you guys for great attention, and we'll get into the fun of creating the trees after lunch. Enjoy, rest, stretch, and we'll see you back here at 2. Is lunch here, or we'll just ask where lunch is? For our virtual participants, we'll see you back at 2.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. We'll start slowly, but a few, I think, housekeeping announcements. First, how many of you came with your own cars? If you park downstairs, are there a few? Well, if, okay. I'm asking the hotel to give, I don't know, vouchers or coupons for those cars so that you don't have to pay anything if you came with your own car. The meeting was organized in very short notice. That's why we couldn't work the transportation subsidy. Normally we would provide, but it was very last minute that the meeting was, the dates were provided, so we didn't have time to process, unfortunately. And the other one is we have the attendance sheet. So as you know, all those who complete the training will have a certificate, and then we'll have a great picture here tomorrow in the afternoon. So please sign in the attendance sheet. Also, my colleagues in Bangkok, they can share the link to the attendance sheet, the virtual one for virtual participants. Please fill in the form so that we see, and then for you, we may we'll send your certificates virtually or email in a PDF file. I think we're almost all here, so we can get started. So this afternoon we'll be looking at running the rpart function, which gives us the LNOB trees, and after that, we'll get into the D-index, the dissimilarity index, which is quite popular with statisticians. I hope you like it if you haven't heard about it. It's very versatile, can be used in many different contexts. So we have a small part of theory, and not so much theory, but the formula of the D-index. At that point, we'll switch from R file to the presentations and then come back and show you the D-index. So currently, I cleaned up my just wanted to show, like in case you exited or, to come back to exactly where we are fast. It's a clean slate, the R Studio right now. So I'm going to step 4, and I'm clicking this icon here, which is going to run the entire script above. It's going to stop right before step 4. So I go ahead and click it. And in the bottom part, you can see that there's the green color running. It's showing to what extent we are running the entire code up until to step 4. Okay, so now it ran and we are in step 4. Again, our data use is here with 27,000, almost 27,500 observations, and we have 10 variables. It's shaking a little bit. That's all. Yeah. Right. Okay, now we're good. Okay. And sometimes, I mean, I don't know if Sejal may have mentioned this, but the R file name sometimes turn red or black. The moment you change something, it's red, so you can save it, and then it will turn black. Yeah, and usually before running something, we save it so that it's running the saved file as opposed to the temporary file. Okay, so this was a little bit done. We started with this earlier in the morning. So the line 3, here we're defining our formula string. You can think of it almost like a linear regression. We have our outcome variable var2 tab, which is clean fuel, and then we are having a formula such that we're going to have var2 tab followed by the circumstances that we have defined. So we have 3 circumstances. It's a vector. We know it's there up here on the right-hand side, right? Residence, education, and wealth of the household. And then we're adding a plus sign here so that we are just adding them up, the circumstances. And there's a tilde in between the var2 tab and the the circumstances. So if we go ahead and run this, and then, oops, I think I ran the entire thing. So here, the line 1 is giving us, this is the formula string that we are using, yeah? That code just did this. Then we have a title string on line 6, and this is just the name of the LNOB tree that we'll be developing. Then we say print formula string, and that's why this answer came here, var2 tab. So CP chosen, complexity parameter. You will see that this is just, we're defining a value, we're assigning value 1 to CP chosen. This is part of our formula. You'll see in a bit how we use this. Then the minimum bucket is a variable used to set the minimum splitting criteria. We talked about a little bit, you know, the minimum 49 observations, but usually we have larger data sets, so we are sticking to more than 9% of the weighted sample. And only in the case of religion, ethnicity, disability, language, we reduce this min bucket to 5%. So for now, we'll keep it at 9%. And then minimum node is, here we have a piece of code. Minimum node, take the maximum of 49 or the 9% of the weighted sample. So number of raw data used, that's 27,496 multiplied by 0.09, which is 9%. So whichever one is bigger, is 49 or the 9% of the sample. I mean, 9% of the sample is about 2,800, 2,900 households. So it's going to pick that. It's not going to pick 49. So we will have quite a bit of households in the terminal nodes. The method for splitting to deciding for building our tree, as we were talking about earlier, it's ANOVA. So we're assigning ANOVA to the tree method value argument, and then finally we have our tree fit. This line of code is basically the crux of running R part or the LNOB trees on R. So the function is R part. It starts with the formula string. So our formula string is var2 tab tilde tree circumstances. Which data we are using? We are using data used. So that's the second argument in R part function. Which weights we are using? We are using sample weights. This was the raw sample weight in DHS, but we divided by 1,000,000 as DHS recommends it. For methods, we are using tree method, which we defined up above line 23 as ANOVA. And then the controls, for controls, we have the complexity parameter, which is CP chosen divided by the number of rows in data used. So that's 1 over 27,496. The maximum depth is 6. We don't want deeper than 6 levels. And minimum bucket is minimum node, and minimum split is twice the minimum node. So before splitting, we need to make sure that there is at least 49 in the end nodes, which means the parent node should be at least 98. Because if it's something less than 98, you can't split it 49, 49, because we're splitting only binary. So that's why we have that min split argument. So these are all the arguments that we need for our part. So I accidentally ran the entire chunk. So if you please, you can also run the entire chunk. And at the end of it, we have this print summary tree fit. So we can look before going to the tree, we can have a look at how this the summary statistics look like. This is imagine like a regression table, but it's just the regression tree table. So we go ahead and run this, and comes out the results. So it notes that we have 27,496 observations in this, and it's showing us that in total there were 4 splits made. The error term here is shown, and then basically the split stops because there was no more improvement in this column X error by the amount of CP by the amount of complexity parameters. So it did not split any further. There were 4 splits in the tree, and I hope you recall that, but we can look at it again in the R trees. The next variable of importance. So this tells us which variables were like ranking, which variables makes the most sense in making this split. So the household wealth was first, followed by highest education and then residence. We remember this because the tree was split by the wealth first and then education. Then it's going into each node, each of those dark gray shades in our LNOB tree, and it's telling us all the type of information that's that it used in coming up with those nodes and the splits at that node. So there's node number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and it goes up until number 9. And then finally at the very end here, it has the overall summary of the regression tree, and a version of this we use in creating our own LNOB trees. But here you have the split, the number of observations, and the deviance and the Y value, and then the star asterisk is denoting if it's a terminal node or another node. So for example, mother node or the mother root node is the one that has the national average. It's 51%, and then it was split by poorer household, and then we have highest education lower secondary, highest education lower. So node 8, for example, this was our furthest behind, and it's a terminal node. It did not split any further. So you can get the details of the tree here, but of course this is not visually pleasing or like easy to interpret. So the next piece of code is helping us plot the tree. So here, this is just the PRP function, which plots the LNOB trees, the regression trees. So once you click that, it's going to take all that information and it's going to make this tree. So I stop here, and how are we doing? Did everyone get the trees? Yeah. So it looks a little bit different than our trees in the LNOB platform. This is how we started also. And then we thought, well, maybe we can improve these, the visual of this tree. And we worked with a company which helped us develop those trees that you saw that are a little bit more interactive, a little bit more visually easier to follow. So on top, we're again seeing the national average at 51%. That's full sample, 27,000 households. The tree splits into 2, poorer households or bottom 40 households and top 60 households. In bottom 40 households, the average for this group overall is 9.5%. And then the bottom 40 is splitting by education. First, it's splitting by lower secondary and higher education. Then lower secondary is splitting again for lower versus secondary, and our furthest behind is down there at the bottom left. The same number as we see on the LNOB platform, about 5.5% for access to clean fuel among poorer households where the highest level of education is lower education. And in this group, we have 3,611 households. So this is a pretty large sample to generalize from, if you will. We don't have the small sample size issue here. In some countries, some Pacific countries, for example, it's really a concern. So we have to really watch out. and make sure that we are not generalizing out of just a handful of households. Any questions? That's it. Android. I think it's upstairs. And then furthest ahead, here is on the right hand side at about 88%. Okay, so we can do a bit of sensitivity analysis. So the first thing that we can do is, what happens if we change circumstances? Usually, like in a regression framework, you would maybe add circumstances, but we know that it's not so easy to add circumstances. So in this case, we just dropped one circumstance. And I think in this one, we deducted the most important variable, household wealth. So now in the formula string, we have a new formula string. We are going to keep it as residence and highest education in the household. Just two circumstances, and let's see how our part is going to turn up. So we're defining a new formula string and title string because we want our, at the top of the tree, you're seeing the title string. This is the title string coming up. So we're building a new model. Now it's again our part function, nothing different except for the formula. We're using the deducted formula string here as opposed to our formula string. So go ahead and click this one so that our part runs. And then we can plot the tree. The same function, the same code. It's just we're now plotting deduced tree fit object, which was estimated. So now, note that the mother node is not changing. It's still 51%. It's just the splits are changing. Now it's split by education because there's no more wealth of household in there. And it's split by lower secondary versus higher education households. And in the lower secondary, this group has 30%. Among this group, 30% has access to clean fuels and 70% doesn't have access to clean fuels. And then within this lower secondary education group, the split happens by residence. So rural versus urban. If you go to urban directly, that's close to the national average of 53%. So urban and lower secondary educated households on average have 53% access rate to clean fuel. And if you follow the thread again here on the left side, it goes to splitting by education again and separating lower education and secondary education. And here the furthest behind appears to have 9.6% access to clean fuels. So earlier in our model, it was around 5%. So imagine by excluding the poor household variable or the wealth of index, we just lost quite important information or another population group which has a lower access to clean fuels than what was originally estimated. So this is, I think, an important thing to keep in mind. For example, when you're doing your analysis, I mean, the way we're thinking about the LNOB analysis, LNOB trees, is that let us identify such a group in this country that has the lowest access to an opportunity, and there's no other group that has a lower access than that group, right? So it's a very iterative and complex procedure to find that particular group. So this one kind of like does it for you automatically. But by changing the circumstances, we are kind of like meddling with the model, and now we lost important information because there was another population group in the Philippines, poorer, lower educated, rural households, which we missed in this tree by excluding that variable. So this shows that the importance of data. The more data that we have, they can fit into the model, the better that we can find those who have the lowest access to the opportunity or barriers, which we'll talk tomorrow. So another thing that we can change is we can change the complexity parameter. Remember, we talked about making it a big number or a small number. So the only thing that we're going to change here is that the CP chosen used to be 1. We're now going to make it 300. All the rest stays the same. Formula string, title string, min B chosen, min nodes, everything ANOVA, everything stays the same. And the only thing that we change is line 11 here again in this section, where we made it 300. So let's run that again and see how the tree will change. And the plot was right under it. So this is just one segment that's giving us the plot. Again, national average 51%. It's not changing. But now we said we wanted the R squared to improve by a much bigger amount than previously. So the cost of splitting increased. And by increasing the cost of split, we basically narrowed down the tree. And in this tree, again, it's picking up, it's splitting by the household wealth, but still it didn't miss the earlier example of excluding poor household, whereas I think it was 9.6% for the furthest behind. Here it's 9.5%. But still, we lost quite a bit of information by increasing the complexity parameter. Next, we can change the minimum threshold. So how many observations do we allow to be at the very bottom nodes? So recall that it was 9% of the 9% of the sample. Now let's make it 5% of the sample, because after all, we had around 3,000 households at the minimum node. So we have quite a bit of households in there. So that's really the only thing changing. The rest is remaining the same. CP chosen is the same. The formula and everything is the same. So let's run this and see how the tree is getting more and more detailed. So now, if you see, the furthest behind is even a smaller group. They're another smaller group. Sorry, there's a group that has even a lower access rate to clean fuel than in our original analysis. Yeah, there's a group that's poorer household, rural, and with lower education and secondary education. Their access rate at national level is 4.1%. And recall, and here there are some percentages at the bottom. If you see, it's saying that this is for the furthest behind. They comprise 24%. They are furthest behind, and they're a quarter of the population. They're not small. Furthest ahead is 90% access to clean fuel, and they're also 24% of the population. So furthest ahead and furthest behind are exactly the same size. It's just one has 90% access, the other one has 4.1% access. So this is, oops. This is all for the carts at national level. So we can now move to D-index, but before running this code for the D-index, I'll just show you the D-index. Is there some question?
There was a good question, I think, about CART and the number of observations. So if when we look at the nodes, I just share my screen. So when we produce the results for the tree, node number 1, 2, and etc., the number of observations here, you'll notice, don't match the platform. The reason for this is that our number of observations on the platform is weighted. So if you notice in our part, we do apply the weights. In the summary, it doesn't show the weights applied, but on our platform, we have uploaded the results with the weights.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Okay, I go. Actually, Sejal, could you, yeah. I think this is still my screen, no? Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now I need to duplicate the.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at the similarity index, which we call the index for short. And this is a singular figure that we use to evaluate inequality in access across groups. And the index essentially looks at how different groups have, how different groups in the country fare in terms of access to an opportunity, or how different groups disproportionately experience a barrier. So the index is similar to Gini coefficient, which all of you are very, I'm sure, familiar with. And it comes from the Human Opportunity Index that World Bank had developed earlier. And the index was a contributor to the Human Opportunity Index, but we don't use the Human Opportunity Index that much. The Similarity Index, we think it's more powerful when you're looking into existing or access to or inequalities in access to opportunities. So Gini coefficient, you use it for income or wealth, but how do you measure inequality in access to an opportunity? So that's where the D index is helping us. And in the calculation, we're comparing the access rate of different circumstance groups. So it's a demographic measure of evenness. There are different groups in the country, and we're showing how their access rates are different from the national average. And at the end, it comes as a singular number that ranges between 0 and 1, similar to Gini coefficient. So 0 indicates that there is no inequality, and 1 indicates that there is complete inequality. We generally find that the D index ranges between 0.01 and 0.3 most of the time, but there are definitely cases when inequality is so large, we see that the index can be over 0.3. But just in our experience of the indicators that we have on the platform, usually under 0.3. So for the D index, we're using it at national level, but also at subnational level. It's very versatile, and we don't use any sample size restriction for the D index. So we have a video, which I'm scared to show, if it's going to, again, like kill our ears. Hopefully it won't, but maybe Sejal. But no, because the sound will not come from you. Let's try. I mean, I'll try. Yeah. And I'll close my mic. Maybe level up. Could you, Sejal, could you stop sharing? I don't know, for some reason. Okay, Thank you. Okay.
To identify inequality in accessing opportunities, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific has developed a Leave No One Behind tool. Our LNOB tool also includes the Dissimilarity Index. The D-index is a way to measure inequality of individuals and households' access to an opportunity. To calculate the D-index, we first identify the circumstances that we believe may influence the level of access. As an example, when the D-index for access to electricity is calculated, we assume that the area in which the household is located is either urban or rural. The wealth of the household belongs either to the top 60 or bottom 40 of the wealth distribution, and the highest education in the household is either lower, secondary, or higher education. These are the main circumstances influencing the access level. This gives us 2 times 2 times 3, which equals to 12 different groups, which contribute to calculating the inequality. For each of these groups, an average access rate is calculated. Then the distance of these averages to the overall average is summed up and weighted by the size of each group. The D-index is comparable to the Gini coefficient, which is a different aggregate measure of economic inequality. The D-index value also ranges from 0 to 1. A higher number indicates more inequality, while a lower number indicates less inequality. In our case, the D-index value tends to stay between 0.1 and 0.3. In contrast to the Gini coefficient, the D-index should be 0, ensuring that there is full and equal access to key services for all. Let's now take a look at an example of how different access levels amongst population groups can impact the D-index value. Let's say country ESCAP has an average access rate to electricity of 65%. ESCAP has 2 provinces, and, for simplicity, assume they both also have the same average access rate to electricity of 65%. Assume further that the circumstances that impact the access rates of the population groups in these 2 provinces are residence and wealth. In each province, we will calculate the access rate of these 4 groups. Number 1, urban richer. Number 2, urban poorer. Number 3, rural richer. And number 4, rural poorer. For our example, we will assume each of the 4 groups account for a quarter or 25% of the population. In Province 1, with an average access of 65%, we have the access rate of 68% for urban richer, 65% for urban poorer, 66% for rural richer, and 62% for rural poorer households. In Province 2, with the same average access rate of 65%, the access rates among the 4 population groups are a bit different. We have the access rate of 99% for urban richer, 51% for urban poorer, 85% for rural richer, and 25% for rural poorer households. Because of the relatively larger differences in access rates across the groups in Province 2, we have a higher D-index of 0.21, while the relatively lower differences in access rates in Province 1 generates a lower D-index of 0.01. Here we can see our D-index provides a single number that can summarize inequality in access for all groups for one indicator in a province or a country. In our LNOB online tool, we use the D-index for all indicators and many more circumstances. The results are available for download in different formats on lnob.unescap.org.
Sorry about that. I think virtual participants heard all well, but here we had a bit. I think it's better than not hearing that crazy sound, right? But all, the link is the same. If you guys want to have a look later on to this video, please feel free to do so. we can now go back to our presentation and just have a look at the formula. All right.
I just shared my screen.
Okay. All right, so let's have a look at the formula. So there are a few things here, and we're going to look at them in the R file. We'll be replicating all this. You don't need R for this. You can even do this on Excel, and we'll show you also how we do it on Excel file. We have a template for it. You have access to it in the shared folder. There's a D-index Excel sheet that actually reproduces the results for the Philippines clean fuel. So there are a few arguments in this dissimilarity index. Hopefully the video gave you some insights on how it is done. But let's look into how how the formula works. So next is the key thing. One of the arguments of this formula is P bar, which is the average access rate in the country. So that's 52% access to clean fuel. Next is PI. So this is the average access rate for a particular group. So in the case of, if you recall from the video, we have 3 circumstances and in total 12 groups. So this, so wealth has 2 groups, residence has 2 groups, education has 2 groups. I'm breaking my back here, so I'll just put this one over time. Education has 2 groups, so education has 3 groups. So in total, we have 2 times 2 times 3, 12 groups that we can calculate averages for. And we're going to look at how averages of these 3 groups are different from the national average. So that's what PI is standing for. N is the number of groups. So that was 12. Next. PI is the axis of the group, okay. And then beta I is the weighted sampling proportion of group I. So for the 12 groups, in our case, running from 1 to 12, and each of those groups, we look at how their sampling weights, relative sampling proportion in the group is. So we're going to subtract a group's average from the national average, and we are going to weigh it by their proportion in the sample, and then we are going to sum them all up in absolute value and divide it by 1/2 times P bar. That's the D-index formula. Following this, you end up with a variable that can range between 0 and 1. Okay, next. Maybe 1, 3, 4. Yeah. So this is what we present on our LNOB platform for D-index. Here you see all the indicators that we have for the Philippines 2017, and we're showing all different indicators here. As you remember, the lower the variable, the lower the inequality, the higher the variable, higher inequality. So the highest inequality is actually in bank accounts, followed by, I can't see, use of financial services. So they're related, yeah. So the top two are financial inclusion variables, interestingly, 2017. And the third one is clean fuel. Next is pandemic preparedness, the booklets that you guys have. So interesting to note that, I was saying that usually the index ranges between 0.01 and 0.3. Here, clean fuel, it appears to be quite high inequality in the Philippines with 0.33. But there are other indicators here which have much lower inequality, which means that it could be the case that everyone has lower access, so there is no inequality, or it could be that the different configurations can happen here. But there are certain indicators there where, for example, electricity inequality in electricity is quite low, 0.05. Next. So the way that we color code in our platform, we think about the best case as for the opportunities, we code them in dark blue. So higher access and higher inequality, lower inequality. This is followed by higher access and higher inequality in light blue. Then there's lower access and lower inequality, light orange. And the worst case scenario is lower access and higher inequality. Now, there is a relationship between access rate and inequality. The lower the access rate, oftentimes the higher the inequality. And the higher the access, lower inequality. They're inversely related. Here, what we're doing is we're plotting the access rate, the national averages for the indicators, along with their inequality. So the y-axis represents the d-index, and the x-axis represents the access rate opportunities or prevalence of barriers. And there are a few dots that we named here. For example, clean fuel is on the top left quadrant, which is the worst case scenario quadrant, right? Inequality is high, access rate is low. Then you have the bottom right quadrant with the dark blues. This is the good quadrant, the better quadrant, where access is high and inequality is low. Then in between, you have, for example, family planning and internet usage. And also there are two dots there. I'm not sure which ones they are, but they're pretty close to other quadrants. So it could be that, over time, if inequality increases or access rate decreases, they could go into the worst of quadrant. The quadrants are defined by the, by the average d-index and average access across all indicators. So it's not so meaningful to have these quadrants, but it's just from our perspective of understanding, which indicators are priority indicators in our list. This is usually a plot that we use to prioritize action. Next one, please. So we use dissimilarity index for at country level, subnational level, but also for all the countries that we have data for. So I think this is the regional map for clean fuel for all Asia Pacific, 29 countries that we have for which we have data. Okay, so a bit of brain break. Sejal, you wanna? Okay, we do the index and moving to before going to regional. Okay. Okay, back to single display. Thank God. All right. So let's have a look at the d-index, how we calculate it in R. Okay, very good. So
can you share your screen on Zoom?
Thank you for the reminder. Are we good? Yep. Okay. Thank you, Sejal. Okay. So the first line of code here is we're just creating a new variable that's equal to d, that's equal to 0. This is our default, saying that equality is 0 for all groups that are going to be populated soon. So imagine now we're moving from a household level data, we're going to collapse it. There are 12 groups, so we have our data use was 27,000, or still is, 10 variables and 27,496 households. When we're going to de-index, we don't care anymore about each individual household, but we're caring about that particular group, and we're looking at how that group's average is differing from the national average. So we're going to collapse this data to only 12 observations. And that's why I was saying that it's easier to do this on Excel also. But we have to get the those averages also. So next, we make sure that there's a defined list of circumstances and define the formula string for calculating the d-index. So here we have the, again, the formula string uses sample weight, and the circumstances are there. This is a bit similar to cards. We are using also the same circumstances that we did for the LNOB trees. And then we are creating an aggregated sum of all of the different combinations of the circumstances here in this piece of code. So as you recall, there are 12 groups. So we're aggregating the indicators and circumstances, we are collapsing our, well, we'll collapse in a bit later, but here we're just I should stick to script. We're creating an aggregate sum of all different combinations of circumstances. And then we're rewriting our data use. We're adding a sample weight adjusted var2 tab. And then we're creating a VV sum, which is collapsing the data to away from the household level data to a circumstance group based data. So we can do these, maybe we can run them individually. Control return. Oops. I pick everything, I think. All right. Then formula string. Go ahead and run that one. We are creating IDV sum. Here, IDV sum. All these things that we create are appearing on the right hand side. Then a new data frame and VV sum. And okay, so sorry, yeah, now we're creating a new data. Tab sum is our new data. So we're again using the sample weight and then merging by or collapsing the data by their circumstances, and we can open and see how that looks like. Now tab sum didn't show up here, which is strange. All right, maybe let's go to the next one. Defining empty inputs. Oops. Line 24. Calculating overall mean, which is for the national average was 51%. Or whatever. Things are showing up. Then rewriting the table.
Your IDV, I don't know why your data tables aren't showing.
Yeah, it's strange. Maybe I run it as a whole chunk first.
Did you run everything before?
Yeah. But good, let's do a troubleshooting here. So whenever there is something like this, I clean the environment and then run everything before just to make sure that it's quite easy that we might have, I probably didn't pick when I was selecting the variable, the lines, I probably didn't pick one. We can do it once more. Okay, so yeah, when we there was something over there, but so here we can now see IDV sum, 12 observations, and 4 variables. So these are the groups that we have. You know, we were talking about the 12 groups, poorer, or this is one is richer, urban, lower education, and we know it's sample weight. So for all those 12 groups, we have their data. Then tab sum is giving us all the data that we need to be able to calculate the D index. And this you can write as a CSV and then use it in Excel to calculate D index out of R. So going back to our clean fuel D index, maybe just to spend a little bit time here from line 32 to 38. This is where we're developing the formula for D index. So again, we don't want any of the missing variables, so we want them out. But in our case, this is such a clean data that there's no such issue, but it could be, so you can keep it and it's not affecting anything anyways, if there's no missing values. Next one is we're getting the relative sampling proportion of each group. This is the sample P. Then sample M is the average of the group, one of the 12 groups, minus the overall mean. That's what the second line is doing in the formula. Then we're taking the absolute value of this, the difference between group and the average, and then multiplying it by the relative proportion of that group in the sample. And the next step for D, which was defined as 0, we sum them all up and divide by 2 times the overall mean. And then we can say print overall mean, and it printed already here 0.32, 7, so 32.7%, 33% for short. So that's the D index that we saw earlier on clean fuel. So this is how the D index is calculated. So
just a quick thing. So if you see the right CSV command on line 45, so if you notice back to the R squared, yeah. If you notice that once we created this CSV, it'll come in your folder. So in the bottom right, Philippines Technical R Training. Bottom right there. In your Philippines 2017 folder, you see tab sum. So any one of these data frames, if you want to export, you just change the quotations and the data frame that you want to export, and you can export any of the data in CSV format. Also, one more thing is D index would be, this would be an example to the question earlier, where we have not created a function and we've just done line by line to do the calculation. We could actually create a function for D index. So for every indicator after, you would just use that function with your inputs to calculate the D index. And that would be a much more efficient way of calculating the D index. Or as we'll show you, you can just put it in Excel.
So once we collapse the data to those 12 groups and getting their averages for the outcome that we're interested in, clean fuel, and their relative proportion in the sample. So here we have this Excel file, which is in your folders also. You can see that we have the 12 groups on the rows, and they're all clearly defined. the combination of 3 circumstances, 2 times 2 times 3, categories 12 in total, and then this row, this column C, PI, is showing you the average of average access rate to clean fuels in this particular group for all the 12 groups. Then you have the national average P bar. The next column is just subtracting PI from P bar, and it's taking an absolute value of that difference. And then beta I is the relative proportion of the particular group in the total sample. So the column G is just multiplying the absolute differences with the beta. And then we have the 2 P bar. There's the sum of all those differences. Thus we are summing all these differences from I equals to 1 to I equals to 12. That's 0.33. Then we have 2 P bar, which we'll divide the sum with. So then the final D index is 0.32. It's here. So you know, you could bring it here just to make it a bit more visible. If you're using this in the presentation, explaining it to someone, for example, it's also available on Stata. There's a command for human opportunity index, which creates the dissimilarity index by default. And in Stata, things are much easier. So there are alternative ways in which you can get the D index, the dissimilarity index, to measure inequality of opportunity. Okay, so maybe it's I think we are done with the national level, right? So the brain break, we can, is it time for brain break? All right. And after the brain break, we'll be moving to the region. So we'll do the same, we'll go a bit faster, but we'll do it for different regions of the Philippines. No, I'll bring it, Are you sure? Then I'll move this one. Oh, yeah.
All right, let's take another brain break. So I had pizza for lunch, not noodles. How many people had pizza? How many people had some noodles? Did you stay true to the decision you made? Okay, so this time we're going to do true or false. So can everyone please stand up? Stretch if it feels good. How many people here like to dance? Just raise your hands. Anybody? No? Okay, how many people here like to do exercise? You? Well, yeah, really fun. So maybe I'll just make people to one side. Okay. Oh, it's not. Oh, I can't. Oh, I need the Zoom. Oh no, I just need to do this. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna do this. Okay, so true or false, ketchup was sold and prescribed as medicine. If you think it's true, that side of the room. If you think it's false, that side of the room. Tomato. Is there banana ketchup? Yeah. Really? Wow. We just learned something new. I've never had banana ketchup. Banana ketchup. Yeah. We have to try this. All right, so if you think ketchup was sold and prescribed as medicine, true that side, false this side. And if you like dancing, you can do the disco to that side or shimmy to this side. Nobody's doing that, okay. Just walk. And participants online, if you want to shimmy or disco and turn on your camera and entertain us for 5 minutes. Okay, so in the middle, what do we have? Not sure? No? Okay, so this group is false. Raise your hand, false. Okay, shake your hands. All right, raise your hand, true. Put your other hand up. Shake them around. All right, okay. It's true. In 1834, ketchup was used to cure indigestion. Maybe after that pizza sometime. All right, next question. Australia is wider than the moon. False on this side and true on that. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait, where am I? Hold on. Okay. Australia is wider than the moon. False on that side, true on this side. Are you guys going to get all mathematical on me? Okay. Based on, hold on. Wait, so if you were to draw a line from one side through the center to the other, so like radius, oh no, diameter. So all my trues, hands up in the air. Now jump up and down. All my falses, hands up in the air. Jump up and down. All right, okay. True. Australia has a width of 4,000 kilometers, and the moon only has a width of 3,400 kilometers. All right. Okay. My daughter would like this one. I get this question quite often. The unicorn is the national animal of South. True that side? False this side. Yeah. I don't know. I'll let standing in the middle be an option. So we have our trues over there. Raise your hand and do some unicorn magic. Also over here, say no unicorn magic. All right. True. Unicorn stands for dominance, chivalry, purity, and innocence in Celtic mythology. We're learning a little more than R today. But please don't say this is more interesting than our training, okay? Okay, back to our training. CART is more accurate than D-index. Oh, true or false? Not seeing any movement here. I'll allow you to stand in the middle without a funny dance. I'm not pissed. Stay neutral with these things. False. Oh wait, I didn't make you guys dance. Wait. Everyone's false. Okay, now we have to do a really big shimmy. So we're gonna start from the beginning. You're gonna do a wave, okay? You're gonna lift your hands up from the beginning, row by row, all the way back. 1, 2, 3, go. Ooh, look at that. Okay, false. They are both different ways of analyzing. There's no one that's better or worse. And together they create LNOB. Thank you guys. I hope that's a nice little brain drink for you guys. Now. Okay, so keep that unicorn magic in your fingers. And let's start looking at additional circumstances and regions. So like I mentioned to you earlier, we have our standard analysis, and these are the circumstances that are considered. So these are the ones linked to the platform whenever you select standard analysis. Our expanded analysis incorporates cultural factors, ethnicity, religion, and language. For our mixed countries, we were also able to add disability. Unfortunately, in DHS, we don't have that variable, but we thought we'd put it there so that in case one of the data sets you're working on has this variable, it can also be considered. Again, the structure would be the same as adding any additional circumstance. So I'll show you how to add language today because that's what's available in DHS, but follow the same structured format and you will be able to expand your analysis as well. This is the subnational division with DHS. I think we already went through this on the platform. So where you can find the regional trees, it's just in the subnational section and you can choose different locations, subnational locations. So yeah, we also looked at this. So basically when we go down to a subnational level, you'll find that the tree behaves differently. We saw by fold where the furthest head and the furthest behind have a significant gap, and the average access rate is also much lower than our national access rate, which is 26% here and 51% nationally. We also have a subnational section on the website which shows you index. So you have bar graphs which will show you the D index by region for index. So here we can see that the region in Muslim Mindanao has the highest inequality, and our national capital has the lowest inequality. And there's quite a few regions up at the top that you can see have a higher inequality rate, especially when we consider that usually our D index is between 0.03 for LNOB analysis. So there's a few countries where we find that the rate goes much higher, and in this case, it's one of that in this indicator.
Sorry. This gonna cut this similar state.
Yes.
Because the other index of quality, this regions have lower. So it's not the zero, it's equal, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. This regions have lower inequality. Really? Yeah. Those regions are poor, but they are more like equally poor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
So this in our platform, this is based on wealth. That could be partly why, maybe, but yeah, for the inequality opportunities we're using, this will be very good to know. We can look into like the relationship between Gini and D index. I
think we did find that our D index was a little bit unreliable and smaller population region? Are these locations like, do they have smaller population sizes? No, okay. All right, well, thank you for that, and we'll look into it. So we can see these graphs. There's a lot of other graphs as well. There's the scatter plot, and where you can see by subnational level the access rate and the D index on the platform as well. But today let's just go into adding language and regions into our code. So it's the same as before. We're still using the HR data set, but this time we're adding regions, a new variable, and language as a new variable. So let's go back to R. Okay, so now we're going to open up the regional file. It's the Philippines 2017 Clean Fuel Regions REL.RMD. And REL just stands for religion. So you can go ahead and open that. I'm going to close the rest of my files. Okay, so this one's not going to run right away because I've put some quiz questions in there. And you can just clean up the environment to start fresh so we don't have any conflicts. Okay. So first we go ahead and we run our packages that are required, both of the first two sections. So now, for our indicators and circumstances, again, we're using clean fuel, for household residents, highest education, and language. These are our circumstances. We have our required variable names, and one variable name is missing. So I wanted to see if you guys could fill it in. If you know it already, go ahead and raise your hand. We'll give everyone 2 minutes to catch up. So whatever method you'd like, what's the missing variable name here? That's right. So our clean fuel variable HV226, very good memory. So go ahead and delete these 3 dots and put in HV226.
Yeah, so if you don't do this, the code won't run. And there are more coming. If you need any help, please raise your hand.
Okay, same setup as before, so we don't need to do this. It's just setting up our variables. So go ahead and run this once you put in HV226. Now here, list the required variables. So here we're importing our data set. So which data set are we looking at for this variable? Which recode should I, what's the code that I need to put in here for us to get our data successfully? What? The name of the recode, I think so. It's okay if you get it wrong too, right? It's not.
What are the options, Sejan?
IR, DR,
KR,
AR,
HSR,
PR,
HR.
HR, there we go. Okay.
So recall, Sejal was mentioning that they all these variables, the outcome and the circumstances are coming from the same data set, right?
Yeah, household info. So HR. So you want to just put in HR there, and the rest of our this will go the same way. Okay. Now we're going to import our data using that the file. So go ahead and read the DHS data. And you'll see that we have our first data frame. So this time we're starting off with 8 variables. Everyone's at the same point? Okay, our sample weight. So in order to run our sample weight, it's the same process as before, where we're checking for our sample weight column and making sure it's not all NA. And we are, if it's not, then we go ahead and divide by a million. But in order to do this, we need to make sure we have the right sample weight variable. Can anyone tell me what that is? We can also let Zoom participants type it in the chat. If you know it, you can put it in and run it as well. See if it works.
Also, the beauty of this that the variable names don't change over time for the same country, right? So next DHS comes or previous DHS holds.
So anyone want to shout it out loud? With some unicorn fingers? Thank you. HB005. So go ahead and put in HB005 and run this plot as well. Now we have 9 variables. So you'll see that our sample weight column has been created in our data frame. All right, so it's getting easier and easier, right? So now we have our clean fuel. Well, let me just take you through part of this from an overall, like we're not going to go line by line. So first is the clean fuel function. Then is our core household circumstance, residence circumstance, and education circumstance. So this is everything we just reviewed in national. Go ahead and run this block. So you'll see that we created our data use and we have 13 variables. So that adding our bar2 tab for clean fuel, residence, education, and 12. So 3 circumstances and 1 bar2 tab. Okay, so now what we're going to do is focus on our language circumstance. So just to our language variable is HV045C. So if we want to see which languages exist, just run this line of code and you'll see how many languages actually exist in the data. So we can see that there's 10 groups. And what we want to do is actually label these groups. There is a way, actually, I wonder if we should do this now, that you can do this. Okay, whoa. I'll try it out after. So this is our list of languages. If you in the DHS data, there's another file called FRW and FRQ, sorry. So hold on, I'm going to share this. see my full screen? So, okay, so in DHS, we have this FRQ file. On Mac, I open it with something called Genie. I think it's available for PC as well. But when you open up this file, you can actually search for any of the variable codes that we're looking for. So can someone just tell me what the variable code is? HP045C, is that right? Okay. So we can look for this, and we actually will have our list of languages up here. So only 10 of these are showing up in our data, right? Oh no, they're all showing up. Sorry, look at that. So they're all here, just by we have to flip through them. So here are the names of all of the languages. What we've done is we've clubbed together languages that are less than 5% to create a minor language group. So the ones that, again, this is something that you might want to change when you're looking at different regions, because nationally it might be a minor language, but in a certain region it might be the majority language. So in here, what we've done is we have defined these 4 languages as the main languages. We've clubbed the rest of the languages as others. Okay, so by default, everything is others. If someone selected 2, 7, 3, or 6, this is what we identify it. So this is our function. This is our language function. Again, now we're going to run the language function. So this is our variable number, and we run the function on the data use. So go ahead and run. You can run the whole thing actually, just to make sure that we get all the values. Okay, and you'll see that from this data frame where we had 4 different pages of languages, we have now condensed to these 5 languages. And we have an extra variable in our data use. So here you will see we have our sample weight, our bar2 tab, for household, residents, highest education. Temp is a column that we create in the language function, which processes the language variable. So in countries where we have religion as well, sometimes we do religion and ethnicity. We use the temporary column to process language, ethnicity, religion, with whatever is considered. Okay, so we have our language variable. Is everyone okay with that so far? Everyone has 15 variables. Data use, yeah. Online as well, if everyone's on the same page. Okay, so now what we'll do is we will just do our descriptive analysis using language.
A coffee break coming up. A brownie is coming, so just to sugar ourselves a little bit.
Okay, so let's pause this. So
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Let's pause for 15 minutes for the last video.
So online participants 15-minute break, and then we have Okay, let's go ahead and get back to our code. So can everyone open up data use and try to tell me what's wrong with it? I know one person here has the answer, but can anyone else tell me what's wrong with data use? I'm not going to open it on my screen. Something just not right with it. Has anyone seen what's wrong with data use? Yay! Okay, we have a few hands.
So in line 27 and 28, you need to record the data use for households into 0 and 1.
Great, there you go. Okay, I know you had it as well. Sorry, I'm giving everyone a chance. So yes, so if you go into data use, we missed a quiz question, and that's why you see poor household has all these stars. I don't think the card algorithm would understand what that. So as you mentioned, we have to change poor household to which one is it first? 1 or 0? 0. So that means what? They're not poor. So wealthier households. And 1 here. So, and do I use quotes or do I not use quotes? Use quotes? No quotes. No quotes. Right? Do we use quotes? Actually, hey. Yes, we do use quotes. Ah, thank you. Okay. Now rerun this. And our poor households now have values. So does everyone see numbers 0 and 1 for their poor households? Okay, so now we can continue. We've done language as well, right? So first, we're just going to calculate a access rate using language. Okay? So so go ahead and run this. Again, this is just 2 different ways of doing it. That's showing you this. You can do it using variables and splitting up the calculation, or you could use the weighted mean function. So this helps you figure out how it's actually calculated. And this is a function in R, which just automatically applies the weights and calculates the mean for you. So go ahead and run this. And what you're going to see is that, so we haven't added our regions yet. That should come. Okay, no, sorry, this is our language. So, so what you're going to see is that we have our national access rate of 51%. And it's the same calculation after that, just using our weighted mean function. And now what we want to do is we want to calculate the average access rate of Ilocano. Okay. Ilocano, so the language Ilocano. So for some reason when we run this, it's not working. So I'm going to go back. It's still not working. So why would that not? We have our language, our 2 tab, and our sample rate. Let's try a different language. Should work. Did anyone not get an error? Did everyone get the same anything? Mine? Should I? Okay. So I'm gonna clean up and rerun. This is our magical secret for all things are. Let me rerun. Okay, and now I'm gonna run this. Yeah, okay, so now it's showing up. I'm not sure why that happened. So our access rate for clean fuel for right now, I've put in Tagalog, and that is 76%. So if we were to change it back, and for those of us who might not know how to spell the languages as well, we can copy paste and rerun, and it's 44%. So you can go ahead and change if you're curious about any of the other languages. You can go ahead and try to see what the access rates are, what access rate to clean fuel is for any of these languages. And if you wanted to define it, you can actually define it as a variable. So apologies for pronunciation, but Filipino is 15% access rate. So it keeps changing depending on the language that you put in. Let's go back to our original. We can check out this one too. Let's see other than this. We have an access rate of 30%. So again, if you want to remember these variables, then copy this code, assign it a variable name, and then you can use these values later. Just going to put our default back to the same page. All right. Now we're going to start looking at subnational divisions. So the first thing we will do is pull out the unique values in our region column. So when you go to data use, we've already pulled region in our data, right? So this region list is a unique array of our regions. And if we want to see these regions, we can run the next line, and this is a list of all the different regions that are available. It's just a vector that we're printing out. So selected region. So when you change your selected region in the code, everything underneath will process for that. So right now we're going to select autonomous region in this one, Mindanao. So go ahead and run that. And now we actually create a data frame using that selected region. So our regional data use is a data frame that only has data for the autonomous region in this Mindanao. So go ahead and run that. And you'll see that our regional data use is now, for the selected region, is 1493 observations. So it's a much smaller data frame than the original. Okay, so now let's do our let's do our statistics on this, calculate different access rates on this data frame. So to do this, there's two different ways. So the way I've done it here is that I'm using data use, and I'm just filtering out the region to the selected region. And the reason that I'm doing this is that in case you change your region, then this will automatically show. But technically, we should also be able to do that with the regional data use, because it'll recreate the regional data use dependent on what you've selected. So two ways we can do this. First is this, as you see it here. Okay, so our regional excess rate, this time I've done it as a variable. It's for I guess it'll be 4%, but so we have our regional average is that. Now, if you want to write this using the regional database, we do weighted mean, regional data use, and it already has your selected data range, so you don't need to do anything. Bar to tab and regional data use and only. This should give us the same access rate, and it does. So, shorter way using the regional database. This is just a way to print it if you want to see it printed out nicely. So now here, I want you guys to choose what we want. What we're looking for right now is the access rate for top 60 wealth households in the selected region. So first question is, fill in the stars here. And extra credit is if you write a new line of code using the sample I just gave you and get the same result. Realize the answer was there. Successful answers. So what should these stars actually be? Anyone know what the stars, what I have to replace the stars with? 0, yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so 0 and 0. right? Oops, hiding the answer. 0.33, so 3%. Can anyone tell me the line of code if we were to rewrite it?
For what? Line of code.
So if we wanted to rewrite this phrase to be more efficient, the weighted mean, to be less typing, what could we do?
Use the region that for regional that. Okay.
Regional what? Data. I think you're getting there, yeah. Can you read out the line of code I should type? Anyone? Weighted mean. So what would be my first argument in weighted mean? So in this one, I'm using data use. If I wanted to make it quicker, what could I use? Regional database. There we go. Data use. Okay. And what do I have to filter for regional data use? var2 tab, yes. Okay, so this is the first inputs are var2 tab, and it's going to be for poor households, right? So poor household equals zero, right? And this is our var2 tab. And what's our second argument?
I think he said sample weight.
Yeah.
Same thing, but using sample weight, right? Great. So we copy this, same inputs. And instead of var2 tab, it's sample weight.
Sejal, are we missing a zero, the comma after zero?
Where?
After poor household equals zero.
Yeah, the zero should be in the star areas. Oh yes, you're right, yes. Because we want even
Right after zero,
yeah.
I think, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so this should give us the same value, which it does. So shall we? Did everyone get that? Is that clear? So we can either use data use and filter for both region and poor household, or we can just use regional data use and only filter for poor households. Okay, so for bottom 40 wealth households, what would our poor households have to equal? 1, there we go. Okay, so go ahead and add that and run this.
Subnational level.
Recall that this region had the highest equality and highest D index, and so the numbers that show us also that
Ano yung nilagyan mo?
big difference.
Sa number 9.
All right, so now we're going to look at urban top 60 wealth households in the region. So we have our selected region, we have poor households, and we have
residence equals urban. And this is from our 2 tab and sample weight. So go ahead and process that. You should get 29%. And the next one we have that made it easy today. So so the next one we have rural bottom 40 wealth households in the region. So again, selected region for household equals 1, residence equals rural. So go ahead and run that, and you should get 1.3%. Everyone's at the same place?
Ito, ang pinasa that that's regional data is
Okay.
10%.
Unicorn hands if you're good. Thumbs up. Yeah, okay. I see some thumbs up. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to look at a selected region and language. So here we have the same region that we selected above, and we're going to look at other languages and calculate the access rate. And here we have 4.5%.
Ano lang to, no?
So you can go ahead here and also try the other languages that we printed up above. Feel free to try any of them that you're interested in. Or can anyone tell me which one would be nice to see in this region? That might be relevant to see in this region. Any suggestions? Okay, I'm gonna go with Cebuano. So instead of others, oh, 0. So maybe we don't have that language there.
Yes, pwede mo i-copy paste yung
Let's try.
Cebuano. Ganon.
Things happening with mine again. Is anyone getting numbers? When you change the language? Tagalog, 0.07. Yeah, okay, so that would work. Okay, so again, this is something where we're seeing that you, to calculate now that we have 5 different options for language as well, it would be 12 times 5, that would be 60 groups that we would have to calculate the access rate for. So we really don't want to do that. So this is where our CART algorithm comes into play. And we construct our formula string, our title string. Our CP chosen is 1. Our min be chosen is 5% for language. So right now, sorry, I'm doing a national level tree using language as an additional circumstance. So language is in our circumstances up above, so it's automatically going to come into our formula string and title string. So our min be chosen. So now we change the parameter that our end nodes have to be whichever is higher, the maximum of 49 or 5% of the sample population. This is why in the platform, if you remember, the trees become a little bit crazy because we lowered the parameter, and that tends to create more splits in the tree. But we still won't have more than six levels in the tree. So our tree method stays the same as ANOVA. Our inputs into our part are the same, and the way we plot the tree is also the same. So you can go ahead and run this, and you'll see our tree that includes language. And just for, I'm not sure if we do this here, but just for sensitivity, change this to 0.9, or sorry, 0.09, which is 9%. And you can rerun the tree. And you'll see that the tree changes. So this is where you can experiment and see which parameters that you feel are more that are more accurate for different areas. And it might be that nationally this is okay, but when you go regionally, it doesn't allow us to create any connections or relationships between the groups. To 0.9?
Maybe it's 5, yeah.
Okay, so this is at 0.9, so our furthest behind is 4.5%. It's language.
It shows up, yeah.
Yeah, it shows up.
You at 9%.
0.5%. We have, it's the same actually. That's a little bit lower access rate, so the composition of the language seems different.
So we identify the new furthest behind by adding language as a circumstance. New furthest behind group.
So now we're going to do the trees at a subnational level. So again, if you forgot, you can just see the available regions. Select a region. But before we run this code, so this is our selected region. For our part for subnational analysis, you will use the region data use. And what we're doing here is just filtering data use for that particular region, whichever one you identify. This, if we don't have this line of code here, it will keep the selected region from earlier in the code. So, so even if I delete this, it'll keep the code that you defined earlier. But just for simplicity, we're going to redefine it here. Tree method stays as a NOVA, CP chosen as 1. What do you think our standard LNOB analysis uses for regions? Which percentage of population as our threshold? There's two, 0.05 and 0.09. We don't have to move it. I don't think you stand on different sides of the room, but if you think it's 0.09, can you raise your hand? And if you think it's 0.05? Okay, I answered for both. It's 0.09. So for regional, we stick to the 0.09, but again, that doesn't mean that you can't change it in different regions. So go ahead and put 0.09 in, and you can run this block of code. And we'll see that we have the same tree that we saw on our platform for this week, where our furthest behind is 4 households with lower and secondary education. So now what we're going to do is add language and region combined. So we're going to look at our trees that consider both language and region. We keep our CP as 1 anytime we consider language, because the sample sizes of the circumstances are smaller. We use 0.05. And selected region. Selected region will stick to the same one. So we rewrite our regional data use for that region. Our formula string is now going to change. It's going to, for the regional, we're going to add language. So this and our title string will indicate that we are using language for this selected region. So here we're running the data, we're running our part to generate the data, and then we'll plot the tree. The same as before, so you can go ahead and run this. And we see that language actually doesn't come up in this tree. So it looks very similar to it looks, in fact, it's exactly the same as our regional tree. So adding language in this region did not change the composition of the tree. Any questions till now? Do you guys want to try a different region? We can try maybe, let's try. Can someone give me a suggestion on which? So Davao. All right, so we're going to go ahead. We're going to change the selected region to Davao. And let's run the standard tree first. So we see that our furthest behind is oh, this is basic. This is basic water. Oh, it's clean fuel. Sorry, our labels are wrong there. So we can just run that. So clean fuel is 0.1% excess for this behind, 37% average access, and our furthest ahead is 65% access. And we can try to run the same. So I'm going to delete the C that. So let's put Davao here and run this code. So including language, we also don't see any change. Again, it's basic water. Sorry, guys. Change it to clean fuel. And the labels. However, when we add language and we lower the min node, so when we change it to 5%, we are changing the composition of our furthest ahead. So here you can see our furthest ahead at an access rate of 65%, with highest education as higher education, tertiary education, and urban residents. When we lowered our threshold to include language, we found that higher education, urban residents, rich households, rate of 7%. So the composition of our furthest ahead changed, and our furthest behind, but the percentage didn't change, just added a different circumstance to the composition of furthest behind. So, so now the D-index works very similar to how we do the national D-index. The only difference is, as per part, when we create a regional data use, we use that same regional data use to create a D data use, so a D regional data use. And this is going to be our regional D-index. So when we run this, we will see that the D-index is 0.35. Now, if we want to, it's saying about the, I'm not sure why, but let's change this and rerun. and calculate the D index for Davao. So 0.35. We can substitute in any of the other regions as well to find the D index. Getting the same output is why is this happening? Oh, because our sorry, where is it? Oh, yes, it's an equal sign thing. So we're still keeping the same selected region from above. So we can see now the accurate results. 0.16 for Central Luzon, and now again, which I think that was our original calculation. So any other D indexes that you guys put in and found values? Any other things here? Does anyone have any questions? So I think that's it for today. So we've gone into national analysis, adding language, adding regions. Tomorrow we will cover the other indicators. But yeah, again, it'll go quicker as we keep going through the indicators.
Okay, so great job for today, everyone. It was intense and thanks so much for getting involved, following it on your computers. We looked at only one indicator, that's fuel. Tomorrow we'll be switching gears and we'll move to SDG 4 for secondary education completion in the morning. Then after coffee break, we'll go to any type of violence against women. And stunting. And in stunting, we'll use a different data set. And then we'll go for lunch. After lunch, we'll look at LFS, and we might be finishing even earlier, given the speed and the great focus everyone has today. So I think there are a few things that we need to do. One, we'll do a picture today here in the front. For the certificates, and then we have some of the parking vouchers in case you came here with the card. You can use that one when you're going out. But yeah, just before the picture, I think very well done. This is just one indicator. It was an easy indicator coming from just one data set. Tomorrow we'll be merging data sets, but it's still not so complicated. But clean fuel could be any other indicator. So we hope that this fuel can be you can use this code to branch out to other SDG indicators which we're not covering, like maybe some of you demographic colleagues might be interested in the extension. Let us and it says self-assessment. It's not self. Okay, I'll mute. Maybe it's picking something else. But what was I saying? Birth registry, CRBS indicators. DHS has that one, right? Birth registration. We don't cover it. Early child marriage, teenage pregnancy. These are all indicators that are available on DHS. We haven't done it yet, so you can, use the clean fuel, and if those are indicators that you're interested from DHS, you can get into that, and hopefully this indicator has been helpful. For negative barriers, we call them negative outcomes like violence, stunting. We have a bit of a different interpretation, which we'll cover tomorrow. Thank you very much, everyone. You've done an excellent job. So please come to the front, and we have a picture for the certificate. We'll do another picture tomorrow holding the certificate. So we hopefully see you here tomorrow also. Don't leave us, alone here tomorrow.
So I know everyone filled out the form that was circulated. If you could also fill out the Zoom link needed for our ESCAP recording purposes. So there's a link in the Zoom chat which has the information. So if everyone can also fill out that link before leaving, that would be great. If you don't have the Zoom open, you can ask one of us and we can give you the link.
The stake is high because we are going to use the name that you enter in the form for issuing certificate. So please make sure that you enter the form, and if you cannot find the link, just ask us and then we'll share it again. Yes, we will share it again on Zoom chat. Chloe or Nana, could you share the link again for the participants?
All right, we will. Thank you, Arun.
So I can just reset.
Din siya na-import sa code na yun. Kung ano po hindi pa, andun siya ng andun. Opo, iba nga po yung same lang ma'am, ang iba lang ma'am ay po barangay